Chapter 1482. The Bloodstone has shattered. Xiao Yan has lost the qualification for the clan's sacrifice. Just as the atmosphere froze, Xiao Dingtian's resounding voice suddenly rang out, causing the absent-minded crowd to quickly react. Immediately after, gazes of pity landed on Xiao Yan. The Bloodstone shattering had indeed happened during the Bloodstone test. According to past experience, this type of person was usually someone with a thin bloodline power in their body. This was because the bloodline power that was too ordinary would be rejected by the Bloodstone during the process of fusing with it. This would cause the violent energy within the Bloodstone to be unable to calm down, causing the Bloodstone to shatter. However, for the Bloodstone to shatter into countless pieces like today was indeed a strange matter. In other words, what kind of inferior bloodline could cause the Bloodstone to shatter? Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, Xiao Yuheng and the others' gazes landed on Xiao Dingtian, and their eyes were filled with disdain. Perhaps a portion of the people here would believe the scene before them, but as the upper echelons of the clan who had presided over the clan's sacrifice many times, they were naturally able to tell the truth with a single glance. In the end, this was just a trick by Xiao Dingtian. It was definitely Xiao Dingtian who secretly tampered with the Bloodstone, causing Xiao Yan to fail the test in front of everyone. Xiao Dingtian was able to use this opportunity to openly erase Xiao Yan's qualification for the clan's sacrifice. As for Xiao Yuheng and the others, they didn't have any evidence and naturally couldn't overturn the result before them. If they were to forcefully argue for it, with the presence of the two people beside them and the crowd, they were afraid that they would be given the right to talk. This move was truly a killing move. Even if you are blessed by the heavens, you still can't overcome the prejudice the clan has against you. Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed as he lamented with a sigh. At this moment, even Xiao Chuhang, who had always had a hostile attitude towards Xiao Yan, actually frowned. He didn't believe that this fellow, who even his own brother had lost to, would actually be stopped here. However, the momentum was irreversible, and Xiao Yan had lost this round. Since you have already lost the qualification, then leave on your own. If you affect the others, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Xiao Dingtian had a complacent expression as he smiled indulgently. He opened his mouth to drive Xiao Yan out of the ancestral shrine. Hearing this, Xiao Yan merely remained in the same spot in a daze. His eyes repeatedly rotated. He did not expect that this fellow would actually have such a move. Even if he were to rack his brains, he still felt somewhat helpless. All right. How hateful. You shameless old thing. You're already so old, yet you're making life difficult for a junior. If I were a little younger, I'd definitely teach you a lesson. Outside the crowd, Xiao Mingyuan, whose old face was gloomy, finally couldn't bear it any longer. Due to Xiao Yuheng's presence, he had been enduring and didn't say anything. However, when he saw Xiao Dingtian's smug look, the anger in his heart finally exploded. He took a few steps forward and was about to vent his anger on the latter. However, he was immediately stopped by Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Mingyuan, who rushed over. Third brother, rules are rules. No matter what, Xiao Yan has already lost the qualification to continue staying here. If you make a move in the ancestral shrine, you have to be careful of the clan's punishment. Xiao Yuehua raised her eyebrows as she shouted. Don't give me that. If I was afraid, I wouldn't be here. Go away. Xiao Mingyuan frowned coldly as he waved his sleeves, wanting to repel Xiao Yuehua. Third elder. At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly shouted, causing the former's hand movements to stagnate. When he turned around, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. No need, I'll just leave. After he finished speaking, he ignored Xiao Mingyuan's abrupt change in expression and turned to Xiao Dingtian, shouting with disdain. If you win, I will leave. Even with Xiao Dingtian's temperament, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of loss rose in his heart. The wild kid in front of him, who came from nowhere, still lost to him in the end. But at this moment, Xiao Dingtian didn't have any joy of victory. The resentment he had for a long time inexplicably dissipated at this moment. The moment Xiao Yan turned around, Xiao Feng, who was in the crowd, casually threw away the bloodstone in his hand and turned to look at the former. Subsequently, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin released the bloodstone in their hands, allowing it to flicker on its own. Most of the people present who were related to Xiao Yan all looked at the latter. Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Ming scanned the entire place. When they looked at the current Xiao Dingtian, he seemed more like a loner. Buzz. However, right at this moment, just as everyone's gazes shifted, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from somewhere in the crowd. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a golden pillar of light that actually shot straight to the 9 heavens, instantly covering the entire place. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of everyone present to abruptly change. The gazes of Xiao Yuheng and the rest almost instantly turned towards the place where the light was shining. The fists under their sleeves involuntarily clenched tightly as their eyes stared fixedly at the dazzling light. In the depths of their hearts, there was a burst of excitement. The golden light was shining without any impurities. Such a phenomenon, such a scene, was what the entire Xiao clan was looking forward to. This is the brilliant gold bloodline. Everyone present looked at the dazzling light in front of them in a daze. Even though their eyes were sore, they still couldn't suppress the fanaticism and excitement in their hearts. At this moment, almost everyone present took a deep breath of cold air. Even Xiao Ming, who had a solemn expression, looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. The brilliant gold bloodline. This indicated that there was an outstanding person in the Xiao clan who was qualified to challenge for the legendary emperor's throne. There is hope for the rise. There is hope for the rise of our Xiao clan. Xiao Yuheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even though it was only a first-tier qualification, just this point alone was the hope of the clan for many years. It was the wish of many experts who couldn't get it. Now, the light shone on the Xiao clan. As long as they could nurture this person with the strength of the entire clan, the day when the Xiao clan stood at the peak of the continent was just around the corner. Quick! Take a good look at who that is. From today onwards, he will be personally taught by the 10 great elders. No one is allowed to. Before Xiao Yuheng's voice faded, the golden light gradually withdrew. However, the face that was exposed in front of everyone caused the expression on everyone's faces to freeze. The words that were about to come out of their mouths were forcefully cut off at this moment. Xiao Xian, Xiao Dingtian's heart suddenly stagnated. Then, disbelief surged in his heart. His old face alternated between green and white. As his throat rolled, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body involuntarily twitched a few times before he fell to the ground. In the field, Xiao Xian held the bloodstone in his hand and withdrew the last wisp of golden light. His gaze swept across everyone calmly. Finally, he looked at Xiao Yan and smiled. Chapter 1483. In the courtyard, everyone present had dull gazes as they stared at the figure standing quietly in the crowd. He was quiet, thin, and ordinary. If it wasn't for the golden light shining in his hand, he would have been treated as an ordinary person. Xiao Xian, it's actually him. This guy is terrifying to such an extent. He has the brilliant golden bloodline. Xiao Feng held his breath and focused his mind. His heart was also extremely shocked by this shocking scene in front of him. Even Xiao Xiaojun and the others had faces of disbelief at this moment. He had once guessed Ling Er and Xiao Yan, but the only one he had never thought of was Xiao Xian. Until now, the Xiao Xian that Xiao Xiaojun had seen had only changed after Xiao Yan appeared. According to common sense, Xiao Xian's increase in cultivation was mostly due to Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist. But it was only now that he truly understood that he had almost overlooked a person that he shouldn't have overlooked. PFFF. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Xian, Xiao Dingtian, who had a gloomy expression, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His old face instantly turned deathly pale, and his body went limp as he fell to the ground. Xiao Lei's expression quickly changed as he hurried forward, but was pushed away by Xiao Dingtian instead. His old eyes stared at Xiao Xian as he allowed the blood in his body to surge. How is this possible? At this moment, no matter how much doubt Xiao Dingtian had, they were all drowned out by the gradually fading golden light. Xiao Xian had achieved his goal today. From now on, his identity as the head of the inner pavilion would no longer have any deterrence. Thinking of this, Xiao Dingtian's old face couldn't help but reveal a trace of gray. He looked at Xiao Yan helplessly. The latter had a smile on his lips, but his eyes were abnormally calm. This caused him to be slightly startled. On the other side, Xiao Yuheng couldn't conceal the excitement in his heart. The brilliant gold bloodline was the top-notch bloodline that the entire Xiao clan had yearned for many years. Now that it had reappeared, it could be said to indicate the rise of the Xiao clan. Moreover, Xiao Xian currently possessed the brilliant golden bloodline. Regardless of whether the crime that Xiao Yan had shouldered earlier was true or false, it was no longer important. Everything that Xiao Dingtian had done was self-destructed, saving him a lot of trouble. However, just as this thought arose, Xiao Yan, who was standing outside of everyone's line of sight, turned and left without hesitation after making eye contact with Xiao Xian. Ever since he stepped into the Xiao clan, he had endured for Xiao Xian. Today, it was all over. He didn't care about the so-called kin. Some ripples surfaced in Xiao Xian's calm eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan's back. He was well aware of Xiao Yan's character. During this half a year, Xiao Yan had endured so that he could obtain a spot in the Xiao clan. He did not have the slightest blood relationship with this rotten and hedonistic clan. Today, Xiao Yan was finally able to toss aside this burden and leave in a disappointed manner. Xiao Yan was finally able to abandon this burden and leave in a disappointed manner. Xiao Yan, why do you have to do this? Perhaps there is a problem with the blood stone just now. At the very most, we can just test it again. Why do you have to be angry over some random words from Xiao Dingtian? Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to step out of the courtyard and that Xiao Xian didn't have any intention to stop him, Xiao Yuheng hurriedly spoke to stop him. However, his words were even more disdainful. He didn't say these words when Xiao Dingtian was making things difficult for him. Now that he saw Xiao Xian revealing his shocking bloodline, he suddenly changed the topic. It was truly laughable. Even the young people present looked at each other and smiled non-committally. Their eyes were more or less mixed with disappointment and mockery. Helpless, Xiao Yuheng could only look at Xiao Xian. The latter looked at Xiao Yan's faintly discernible back and said slowly, "Let him go." Compared to the chaos of the family, the outside world was much more straightforward and decisive. Xiao Yuheng was speechless while Xiao Ming and Xiao Xiao who stood by his side were still silent. However, their flickering gazes were able to discern the surging emotions in their hearts at this moment. It was originally a test, yet no one had expected that it would actually develop into such an outcome. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan was probably the only one who was still concerned about Xiao Yan. Just as the mechanism behind Xiao Ming turned, everyone's attention was instantly attracted. The bloodstone test was over, and the ancestral temple was opened. Next was the real highlight. Clan sacrifice, bloodline inheritance. Xiao Mingyuan looked at the stone door that was slowly opening, but he didn't have the slightest bit of interest in his heart. He glared angrily at Xiao Yan, and then he disappeared and chased after Xiao Yan. Being able to persuade Xiao Yan to stay was more important to him than anything else. In the quiet courtyard, Xiao Yan gently stroked Lian's little head. He looked at the little girl's slightly red eyes and chuckled. "Little girl, what are you worried about? I just want you to stay here. It's not like I don't want you. Moreover, Ancestor Xiao Xian is here. He will take good care of you." Lian didn't give up. Her jade-like hands hugged Xiao Yan's arm tightly, but she didn't want him to leave no matter what. After all, they had seen too many life and death crises along the way. The little girl also knew how dangerous the outside world was to Xiao Yan. Without mentioning anything else, the group of people from the Ghost Slaughter sect wanted to capture Xiao Yan and bring him back at all times. Xiao Yan was also helpless in the face of Lian Er's feelings. Fortunately, the weak-looking Bai Hua by the side forcefully pulled the girl over. She sighed softly with some difficulty as she looked at Xiao Yan. Her brows faintly revealed a depressed mood, causing the latter's heart to tighten slightly. After experiencing a few unforeseen events, the current Baihua was weaker than ever. After leaving the Shao clan today, he had to deal with the trouble in Baihua's body in the shortest time possible. I understand your thoughts. I understand what you are thinking. Don't worry and just go. After all, this is the Shao clan. Compared to the twists and turns in the outside world, this place is much more stable. Rather than worrying about me, it's better for you to raise your own strength first. After all, it's time for the Shao clan to wake up. They are the ones begging you to join their clan, not the ones who rejected you. Towards the end, Baihua's eyes glanced outside the courtyard door. Shao Yan only smiled. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. His hands quickly formed a seal, and flames immediately surged in front of him. After which, they gradually gathered into a fire ring. He grabbed it in his hand and imprinted it on Baihua's wrist, leaving behind a unique ring. If one carefully sensed it, one could even feel the faint temperature it emitted. Transforming pill ring ha. With Baihua's status, she naturally recognized the fire ring at a glance. Shao Yan gently exhaled and said, after thinking about it, the only thing that can temporarily suppress the two forces in your body is the transforming pill ring. After I leave, if you act up again, the transforming pill ring should be able to suppress you 3 times. I will also do my best to find the heavens questioning pill before that happens and help you get out of this predicament. Hearing this, Baihua's black and white eyes stared at the fire ring on her wrist. A warm current surged in her heart. Soon after, she grinned and said in a heroic manner, "Don't worry. Don't underestimate me. By the time you return, I might have already completely controlled this force. At that time, I will accompany you to explore the middle region. I also want to see who exactly is that group of fellows who are lingering around." Shao Yan smiled and nodded. That group of fellows. Sooner or later, I will settle things with them. Yes. Baihua nodded heavily. After which, she looked at Shao Yan and said, "When you leave this time, do you have a place to go?" Shao Yan did not comment. His fingers under his sleeve gently rubbed and a wooden token appeared in his hand. Baihua looked pensive and said again, "When do we leave?" "Now." Chapter 1484. Outside the ancient city hall. Shao Yan faced the tightly shut large hall, bowed and saluted. Shao Yan greets elderly. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him slowly distorted, and an old man in a purple robe appeared. This old man was the manager of the ancient city hall, Shao Li. Shao Yan had met him when he first entered the Shao clan. Although this old man had a strange temperament, according to Shao Xian, he was one of the few people in the Shao clan who didn't judge people based on their status. The old man's deep eyes sized up Shao Yan in front of him, and his expression was slightly surprised. "Strange, the ancestral temple is opening today, and it should be the time to participate in the clan sacrifice. Why are you here?" Seeing that Shao Yan didn't answer, Shao Li's gaze turned and looked at the sky above the ancient city hall. He said in a low voice, "Since you followed me, you probably know what's going on." Shao Yan looked over, and sure enough, it was Shao Mingyuan who had followed him all the way. The latter landed beside the two of them in a flash. He faced Shao Yan and the words that he wanted to persuade Shao Yan from the bottom of his heart were stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth and cursed at Shao Li in a bad mood. "You old bastard, when is it your turn to talk about how I do things? If you don't control your damn temper, be careful that I don't let you die of old age in the ancient city hall." "Same here, aren't you the same?" Shao Li wasn't afraid of the latter. After a round of scolding, Shao Mingyuan also told him everything that happened in the ancestral temple. Shao Dingtian was arrogant for half of his life. After this incident, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to stand out. As for Shao Xian, I always felt that his cultivation was strange. I didn't expect him to possess the brilliant gold bloodline. It's really extraordinary. After a series of words, Shao Li couldn't help but mock and ridicule Shao Dingtian's actions today. When he mentioned Shao Xian, his deep old eyes couldn't hide the surprise and gratification. Obviously, he also had doubts about what happened back then. Now that he knew that Xiao Xian actually possessed the power of the brilliant gold bloodline, the surprise in his heart became even stronger. Turning around, Shaoli once again cast his gaze on Xiao Yan before him and nodded. "Kid, I can roughly understand your actions today. A man standing in the world, looking down on the world, standing proudly among heroes, how unrestrained is that? That Xiao Dingtian is just an ordinary man. There's no need to bother about him. Just go ahead. As for the clan's sacrifice, it won't be too late to enter the ancestral hall when you return." Upon hearing that, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He had never considered that. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the old man, he left the Xiao clan with Xiao Mingyuan. A moment later, outside Xiao City, Xiao Yan gazed into the distance and gazed at the mountain range in the distance. A familiar feeling of loneliness couldn't help but arise in his heart, causing him to feel slightly sad. Xiao Mingyuan, who was beside him, didn't know what to say. "Have you really decided to leave just like that?" "Yes." Xiao Yan nodded slowly. Ever since he had come to the central region, he had come all the way for Xiao Xian. Today, he finally had to make a trip for himself. "Kid, I'm sorry." Suddenly, Xiao Mingyuan bowed and apologized to Xiao Yan with a solemn expression. The suppressed emotions in his heart also condensed on the surface for a moment, and his old eyes were filled with guilt. "Third elder, why are you doing this?" Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and hurriedly bowed to support him. "I know that everything that happened today was ultimately caused by me. If I hadn't failed to take care of Xiao Xian for the past few years, and if I hadn't been firm in my stance for the clan, there wouldn't have been so many mistakes. These are all my fault, but I still want to ask you to believe that the Xiao clan really needs you. You must come back." Tears streamed down Xiao Mingyuan's face. He was terrified from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that Xiao Yan would never return. He was afraid that Xiao Yan would sever all ties with the Xiao clan. Even though he knew that Xiao Yan and the others were still in the clan, he still couldn't help but feel afraid when he saw that Xiao Yan was about to leave. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled as he looked at the old man, whose emotions had suddenly become this agitated. He immediately smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Regardless of whether it was because of Xiao Xian or because of the bloodline in his bones, this Xiao clan was already related to him. It was impossible for him to cut it off with a swing of his blade. "My surname has been Xiao since I was born, and it will never change in my life. Third elder, you can rest assured." Hearing this, a fog rolled within Xiao Mingyuan's turbid eyes. It was a long while later before his breathing trembled as he extended his hand and took out a couple of jade bottles that emitted a pill fragrance. He stuffed them into Xiao Yan's hand. "Child, it will be inconvenient for you to travel alone. I don't have anything else to help you with. These pills are the ones I refined in the past. They are all rank 7. Keep them as backup. Junior appreciates your kindness." After a respectful reply, Xiao Yan kept them into his storage ring without much hesitation. Although the current him had already stepped into rank 7 alchemist, he did not have any rank 7 medicinal pills that he had personally refined before. At that time, if he were to really encounter any danger, these medicinal pills could at least be used to save his life. After another exchange of words, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated and flew towards the end of the sky. Xiao Mingyuan watched him for a long time until his aura completely disappeared from this world. "Ugh. I don't know how many years it will be." Xiao Mingyuan muttered to himself with a heavy heart. On the other side, Xiao Yan was flying in the air like lightning. The ground under his feet was moving backward at an extremely fast speed. Occasionally, he would pass by some towns below. When the people looked at him, it was like seeing a meteor in the daytime. The Fire Banyan tribe was once prosperous. They could also squeeze into the top forces in the central region. They lived in the Liuhua Plains in the southeast for a long time. Although there is only an empty shell left now, it is not a place where ordinary people can easily set foot in. Looking at the fiery red special area in the corner of the map, Xiao Yan muttered to himself. He put away the map and took out the Fire Banyan token again. The heat emitted from it seemed to echo Xiao Yan's mood at this moment. He smiled slightly. The former Fire Banyan tribe, I'm coming. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when his body, which was about to increase its speed, suddenly became sluggish. His body, which was charging forward, instantly tensed up. He violently pressed his palms against the empty air as a conditioned reflex. The empty space under his palms shattered as his feet violently stepped on the empty air. Soon after, he withdrew. Who is it? Xiao Yan raised his head and roared. In an instant, the surrounding area was shrouded by a torrential tide of spirit power. Xiao Yan's body came to a stop, and the Genesis Qi in his body gushed out without stopping. The heavy ruler in his hand ignited with raging flames the moment it touched the ground. His expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. The strength of the newcomer had already surpassed Xiao Yan's understanding of all the experts he had seen so far. Withdraw. However, at this moment, a voice was suddenly emitted from the trembling world. Soon after, Xiao Yan was incomparably shocked to discover that the strength that had surged out of his body was suppressed back into his body without his control. The fierce, heavenly flame that was burning on the ruler also dimmed after struggling for a while. Buzz. In an instant, Xiao Yan felt extremely shocked in his heart. Soon after, however, a golden light shot out in all directions from the empty space in front of him. Numerous rays of light intertwined with each other. Within a couple of breaths, they agglomerated into a palm-sized golden circular plate. When Xiao Yan looked over helplessly, the thing that entered his eyes was a formation plate that was covered with mysterious symbols. Little one, take this with you. If necessary, it can save your life. The trembling old voice suddenly resounded within Xiao Yan's mind. The instant he recovered, everything in the world returned to normal. All that was left in front of him was a formation plate that was emitting a gentle golden light and an enormous ruler that was burning with an intense flame in his hand. All the fear from a moment ago appeared to have never existed. Xiao Yan's face was lifeless. He was silent for a long time, and the waves churning in his heart were unable to calm down for a long time. It was a long time before he asked in a trembling voice. May I ask who Elder is? Someone with the surname Xiao. At the same time these words were spoken, an old man sitting on a stone platform in a city in the distance slowly opened his eyes at this moment. In the depths of his pupils, there was an extremely bright golden light that was like a vast ocean. Chapter 1485. In the peaceful forest, gurgling water flowed down from the cracks between the rocks, forming a shallow stream on the lush green grass. Light refracted from the water, making it look like a small galaxy that adorned the lush mountain range. The sound of flowing water was like a silver bell in the peaceful atmosphere, melodious and melodious. Boom! However, the peaceful atmosphere did not last for long. A low and deep collision sound suddenly erupted from the dense thicket, causing an enormous black shadow to break through the thicket. It was like a cannonball as it heavily smashed onto the mountain rocks. The terrifying force actually caused the mountain to crack apart with a loud bang. The mountain crumbled as boulders tumbled down, falling into a deep abyss on one side of the mountain. If one looked from above, one would see boiling lava bubbling at the bottom of the cliff. Roar! A furious roar rang out as a sinister magical beast emitting a fiendish aura pounced out from under the rubble. Its enormous tail swept out, flattening the mountain rocks in front of it as a pair of large scarlet eyes stared intently at the dust billowing in front of it. As the sound of footsteps gradually grew clearer, a figure was slowly exposed under the clear sunlight. He was dressed in black robes, and a faint smile hung from the corners of his lips. His face was completely harmless. Xiao Yan raised his right hand and clenched it slightly. The abundant strength in his palm caused him to involuntarily sigh. After nearly 2 months of hurrying and training, he had relied solely on his physical body to charge all the way here without using any Genesis Qi. However, the strength that erupted from his palm did not seem to have achieved the effect he had expected. This is the final battle of the journey. I'll do my best. Xiao Yan glanced at the cliff a short distance behind him. He gently exhaled a breath of air. His eyes turned around and once again landed on the magical beast in front of him. He waved his hand and laughed. This fellow was the strongest person in this area. In terms of strength, it was already close to Yuan's own. However, there was still a gap between it and Xiao Yan's current body. Roar! Bastard human! I'm going to tear you apart. These provocative words enraged the magical beast even more. Its scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as its enormous feet stomped on the ground. As a giant crack spread, its figure instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Its two giant claws slashed out, its sharp fingertips easily tearing through space as it slashed towards Xiao Yan's body like a sickle. Xiao Yan merely chuckled when he saw this. His seemingly skinny body leaned back slightly as his fists violently shot out. Terrifying power smashed into the beast's claws, shattering the surrounding space. Both man and beast were forced to step back. The magical beast turned its body as it swept its tail forward like lightning, while Xiao Yan did not show any weakness in his kick. Xiao Yan's face was filled with fanaticism, but the magical beast in front of him was in an unusually tight spot. It was clearly a human's body, but the power that erupted from it was not inferior to some of the strange creatures in the magical beast world. In the blink of an eye, both parties had already exchanged over 100 blows. This continued until a thin layer of golden light appeared on both of Xiao Yan's fists. Each time his fist smashed down, it would leave behind a hole on the body of this enormous beast. When the latter's counterattack gradually came to a stop, the enormous mountain-like body powerlessly struggled a couple of times before it fell to the ground with a bang and completely lost its life force. Huff! The smile on Xiao Yan's face grew wider when he saw the faint flowing light that had been forcefully unleashed from his fists. Unlike Do techniques, this layer of golden light was formed by the pure strength of his physical body. The power contained within it was even more tyrannical and overbearing. When he used it with a Do technique in the future, the power that he displayed would definitely be several times greater. After punching out with all my strength countless times, I still don't have the time to use it. With a satisfied smile, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and relaxed his mood. Following which, he gently pushed off the ground and his body floated to the edge of the cliff. He raised his eyes and looked up. Under the vast sky was a boundless basin. Under the deep pit, on the vast crimson land, there were numerous twisting and turning bewitching rivers. Compared to the lush forest behind him, it was like purgatory. The flowing fire plains had once witnessed the rise and fall of the Fire Banyan tribe under the rule of the Fire Banyan tribe. It had also been prosperous for a period of time. Now, it had become a land of death. Everything that entered one's eyes was desolate and there was no sign of life. However, one could feel a fiendish aura from a distance. The dry and hot air was faintly filled with a faint smell of blood, as though it was warning anyone who came. Gulp gulp, standing beside of a river, Xiao Yan waved his hand and the boiling magma surged and condensed as though it was alive. The so-called rivers that covered the plains were actually the boiling magma that flowed on the surface of the ground. With a flip of his hand, he took out the Fire Banyan token. At this time, the runes on the wooden token were emitting a dim light. Ever since I came here, the Fire Banyan token seems to have sensed something. The Fire Banyan tribe was once an aristocratic clan. It's no wonder that after so many years, countless people still want to go in and find out what's going on. Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise before he immediately leaped and swiftly rushed toward the deep regions of the plains. Although he had the Fire Banyan token in hand, it was not easy to find the entrance to the Fire Banyan ruins. The exact entrance to the Fire Banyan ruins had long been sealed under the magma. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, wanting to find the traces left behind by the Fire Banyan tribe on the plains was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He could only confirm that the approximate location of the ruins was in the depths of the plains. As for whether he could find it or not, it would depend on his luck. As Xiao Yan flew deeper into the plains, the surrounding environment gradually changed. There were actually strangely shaped trees everywhere on the desolate land of lava, and what was even more strange was that most of these trees actually contained a trace of life force. In other words, these seemingly withered trees were actually alive. They were trees that grew in the land of lava. There are really all kinds of strange things in this world. This tree can actually grow in such a dangerous place. Could it be that its roots are in the magma? Facing such a strange scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh, but when he turned around, he suddenly heard a living person's voice. This friend's guess is correct. The tree's roots are indeed hidden deep under the magma. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the source of the voice. In the distant sky, two figures were flying towards him. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. Xiao Yan's expression was calm as he looked at the two figures, Genesis Qi quietly circulating in his body. Sir, there is no need to be nervous. I am Tang Yi, and I have only met this person by chance. In order to avoid any trouble along the way, we hope that Sir can travel with us. One of the two, a man in a round neck robe, cupped his fists together towards Xiao Yan and smiled. Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly observed the two people in front of him while the former was speaking. From the aura that was emitted from the bodies of these two people, their strength was that of a 4-star source zone. However, based on Xiao Yan's observation, the strength of the gray-robed man on the left was clearly being deliberately hidden. His true strength had likely already reached that of a 5-star source zone. Such a cultivation was already extraordinary within the source zone class. As for the other man in white, his aura was concealed extremely well, making it impossible to see through him. However, with his outstanding spirit power, Xiao Yan could faintly sense a hazy aura lingering around the man's body that made it impossible for others to see through him. This point alone was enough to make anyone treat him with caution. Apologies, but there's no need. I'm used to traveling alone, so please help yourselves. Xiao Yan cupped his fists together and retreated slightly. If there was really trouble, traveling with these unrelated people was the true danger. Moreover, the man in white's aura was a little strange, so it was best to stay away. When he saw that Xiao Yan was about to turn around and leave, Tang Ye's expression changed imperceptibly. Then, he said, "Little brother, it looks like this is your first time in the flowing fire plains. You probably don't know this, but this withered forest isn't that easy to pass through. These fire banyan trees take root under the lava and absorb its energy to survive. Once an outsider tries to pass through, the lava will immediately burst forth to obstruct them. When that happens, the lava will surge like a tide, and even a Genesis ancestor will have no choice but to retreat." Besides, Tang Ye's playful smile came to an abrupt end as he finished speaking. He then crossed his arms and smiled at Xiao Yan. "In short, this isn't a place that little brother can pass through alone. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Xiao Yan couldn't help but hesitate slightly when he heard this. He looked at the calm sky and land in front of him, then turned around to look at the two people beside him. He pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "In that case, I'll have to trouble the two of you." Chapter 1486. Little brother, your words are a little modest. Your cultivation as a 3-star source sect is not much weaker than the two of us. However, we will have to rely on you for the rest of the journey. Tang Ye's face was immediately filled with a smile when he saw Xiao Yan turn around. Xiao Yan was non-committal. His gaze glanced at the white-clothed, young man by the side. Among the two of them, only this person was able to cause him to feel some fear. This is Brother Bai. Although he is young, his cultivation is not inferior to mine at all. Tang Ye's face was full of praise. The white-clothed young man smiled and cupped his fists towards Xiao Yan. Bai Zijing. Xiao Yan. Bai Zijing raised his eyes when he heard this. His gaze stared at Xiao Yan before quickly turning to Tang Yi. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile as he asked, "Brother Tang, I only heard you say that this forest is dangerous. Why don't you tell me what's so special about these withered trees?" As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yan also pricked up his ears. Recalling Tang Ye's posture just now, it seemed that what he said was not false. However, under Xiao Yan's inspection, these twisted and strange withered trees did not have any special characteristics other than most of them containing a trace of life. Hee, Tang Yi put on an act and smiled. His gaze slowly swept across the withered trees below as he slowly said, "Don't worry. Speaking of which, these fire banyan trees can be called relatives of the fire banyan tribe. Just the first sentence that was spoken immediately caused Xiao Yan's heart to be slightly startled. These half-dead withered trees in front of him were actually the destroyed Fire Banyan tribe? The Fire Banyan tribe has been rooted in the endless magma underground for generations. As long as the magma is not extinguished, the tribe will continue to grow. When they were prosperous, even the insignificant roots could break out of the ground and transform into a forest, thus creating this Fire Banyan forest. However, unlike the main tribe, these Fire Banyan trees do not have intelligence and only instinctively absorb the power from the magma underground. They use this power to protect the Fire Banyan tribe in the depths of the plains, preventing outsiders from entering. Perhaps this is the reason. Even after the Fire Banyan tribe was destroyed, these Fire Banyan trees continued to absorb the power from the magma even though they died. Once someone enters, magma will burst out from within like a volcanic eruption. Even someone as strong as Origin Zone may not be able to withstand such terrifying power. After hearing these words, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh in his heart. These Fire Banyan trees were like valiant generals guarding the borders. They would protect the land behind them even if they died. Such boldness could not help but make a stranger like him feel proud. Of course, what was even more shocking was that the former Fire Banyan tribe was actually so powerful. Even though these Fire Banyan trees had died many years ago, they were still able to make experts like Origin Zone feel ashamed. Don't think that these Fire Banyan trees are afraid of dying. You too might not know that these withered trees are even more precious than living trees. After explaining, Tang Yi suddenly smiled slyly. When he saw the curious gazes of the two, he continued. With the help of the Fire Melting tribe, the former Fire Banyan trees also rose to fame on the continent. When they were prosperous, even someone as strong as a Origin sovereign would find it difficult to pass through this Fire Banyan forest. Even though they are now extinct, just a single breath is enough to make Origin Zone tremble in fear. This breath is the Fire Banyan branch. Fire Banyan branch? Xiao Yan was surprised. The central region was vast, and there were indeed many strange items that he had never heard of before. The Fire Banyan branch is the root of the Fire Banyan tree. Because it absorbs the power of the underground lava all year round, it has condensed an extremely strong fire attribute energy. The energy contained in a Fire Banyan branch of excellent quality far surpasses that of a top-grade spirit stone. It can be said that it is a treasure that all cultivators who are proficient in fire yearn for even in their dreams. It is an existence that is priceless on the market. However, this Fire Banyan branch is buried deep under the lava, and the Fire Banyan tree has gathered an enormous amount of lava power. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to obtain it. Every time the Fire Banyan tree is affected by the outside world and erupts lava, the lava power it has gathered will also be consumed. When that happens, obtaining the Fire Banyan branch will be as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. At this point, Xiao Yan finally understood why Tang Yi had asked him to stay. A smile appeared on Bai Zijing's face as he nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Brother Tang wants to borrow the two of us to trigger the Fire Banyan tree and take advantage of the situation to obtain the Fire Banyan branch. Since everyone is fated to be able to meet in this fiery flowing plains, it is naturally for the sake of benefits. I only want to join the two of you and obtain some benefits together. Moreover, I can also help the two of you pass through this Fire Banyan forest. Why not? Tang Yi laughed and didn't pay attention to Bai Zijing's ridicule. This information couldn't be considered as a secret in the fiery flowing plains. The reason he spoke of it was to make the two people before him believe that his objective was pure. But since Brother Tang has already made preparations, then when the two of you traveled together earlier, one of you only needed to attract the Fire Banyan tree outside while the other dived into the lava to obtain the treasure. It seems that you don't need to invite me to join in, right? Xiao Yan stared straight at Tang Yi. Even if this guy's words were true, he still believed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. He was just a stranger, and it was already a kindness to be able to travel together and lead the way. Moreover, it was nonsense to conspire with an outsider to obtain such a treasure. In the face of Xiao Yan's sudden questioning, Tang Yi seemed to have already prepared an explanation. He didn't find it strange and pointed at the withered trees on the ground below. Little brother, don't underestimate these trees. Even if the power of lava dissipates, the power condensed by the fire banyan branch itself has already formed a barrier around it. Even if someone as strong as you and I want to take down the fire banyan branch, it will still have to expend some effort. Moreover, once the power of lava around the fire banyan branch dissipates, it will condense again. At that time, the barrier can no longer be opened. With my strength alone, the number of fire banyan branch I can obtain in a short period of time can be counted with one's fingers. Therefore, I invited Brother Xiao to join in. With the two of us working together, the number of fire banyan branch we obtain will definitely multiply, and we will naturally be able to get more. Tang Ye's explanation could be said to be flawless. There was no need to think about it to know that this was definitely not the first time he said this to an outsider. The current situation was unknown. Moreover, Bai Zijing's face was similarly calm. Xiao Yan was unable to tell just what kind of thoughts he was having in his heart. Xiao Yan could only nod his head in a hypocritical manner. His gaze immediately looked to the withered trees below. When he first entered this place, he didn't sense anything. However, as time gradually passed, Xiao Yan also sensed the energy faintly flowing within the tree trunks. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. With the current situation, the two people beside him probably had their own schemes. The power of lava in the fire banyan forest was about to erupt. The situation had already become extremely tense. There was no time to think about anything. Next, they could only change according to the means of the three people. Brother Tang, it seems that there isn't much time left. Just tell us what to do. Bai Zijing frowned slightly and said with a somewhat anxious look. Hearing this, Tang Yi grinned and laughed. His gaze swept past Xiao Yan and Bai Zijing, and his expression was very satisfied. Huh, good. Since the two of you can't wait, then let our good show begin. Chapter 1487. Chi chi chi, accompanied by an uncomfortable hissing sound, the countless withered trees in the vast fire banyan forest began to twist strangely as though they were about to come back to life. The boiling hot magma spread from the roots of the withered tree and poured into the trunk through the cracks. Scarlet energy overflowed from the cracks. The shocking strength caused the eyes of Xiao Yan's group, who were standing in the air, to tighten. The time has come. We only need to wait for the fire banyan tree's magma power to be exhausted before we obtain the fire banyan branches. However, during this period, we will have to trouble Brother Xiao Yan for a while. Gazing at the rapidly rising magma in the forest below, a faint smile appeared on Tang Ye's face. An imperceptible smile appeared on Tang Ye's face as he finished speaking. The withered trees seemed to respond as well. The ground that was covered in magma suddenly burst open. Magma gushed out and wrapped around the trees. Then, it soared into the sky, forming an astonishing pillar of fire that soared into the sky. Countless pillars of fire connected the sky to the earth, and scorching magma rained down like rain, washing the world. No one could hide from it. The fire banyan forest was like purgatory. In the face of such a situation, even people like Tang Yi could not help but tremble with fear. Even though he had been here many times, he still felt a lingering fear in the face of the fire banyan clan's power. Brother Xiao Yan. Please. Tang Yi said with a solemn expression. Leave it to me. Xiao Yan gently nodded. He stood in front of the two as Genesis Chi gathered between his palms. Faced with the magma that was falling from above, he let out a loud cry and threw a palm attack. A huge palm imprint collided with the cluster of fire, causing both parties to explode. Waves of fire swept out, borrowing the remaining power of the palm to form a barrier that stood between heaven and earth, blocking the rain of fire for several breaths. Brother Xiao Yan's methods are really different. With this move of yours, we can rest assured. Tang Yi raised his brows as he watched the extremely exaggerated scene in the sky. He could not help but grin before turning to Bai Zijing. Since that's the case, it's time for the two of us to get moving. When the latter heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He did not say anything and slowly glanced at the black robe in front of him. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He tapped the void with the tip of his foot, and his figure instantly broke into the magma below like a sharp sword. When he saw Bai Zijing's anxious appearance, the smile on Tang Ye's face couldn't help but grow wider, and his figure transformed into a flowing light that chased after Bai Zijing. At the same time, a blue-colored banner that was over 10 centimeters in size appeared in his hand. In the sky, Xiao Yan looked at the two people who had charged into the magma one after another. After pondering for a moment, he sat down in the air and waited quietly. No matter how the magma slammed against him, Xiao Yan could not avoid it. He had the deviant fire with him, so the lava couldn't do anything to him. His earlier attack was only to relax Tang Yi and Li Wuyo's mentality. However, from the moment he saw Bai Zijing, he knew that Bai Zijing had other intentions towards him, so he had to treat him with caution. That fellow clearly knows that his strength is inferior to Bai Zijing's, yet he still dares to let me stay outside. I'm afraid that I have a way to deal with him. Xiao Yan couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the churning magma below. Soon after, a thought rose in his mind, and his spiritual force immediately spread out, probing towards the magma below in an attempt to enter the magma and investigate. However, the moment Xiao Yan's spiritual force came into contact with the surface of the magma, the boiling magma directly attacked his spiritual force, forcing him to immediately withdraw his hand. What a strange magma! It can even burn spiritual force. Xiao Yan frowned slightly, and could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. Just imagine, with his current spiritual force, he was confident that he could win against an ordinary origin zone. There was no place that he could not go, but he did not expect to be burned by this mere magma. I'm becoming more and more curious about how powerful the fire banyan race was back then. Xiao Yan was not afraid of his spiritual force being burned. Needless to say, the magma's miraculous effect was definitely due to the fire banyan race's methods. After this matter, his interest in this race that had existed for 1,000 years grew. Since he was unable to investigate the situation below the magma, Xiao Yan could only withdraw his thoughts and wait calmly. Tang Yi and Bai Zijing had entered the magma together, while Xiao Yan was the only one left to guard the outside world. The temporary partnership between the three was about to be broken. With benefits before them, a battle between Tang Yi and Bai Zijing was unavoidable. It would all depend on who would be able to stand in front of him in the end. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. The fire banyan trees that had originally been on land had been completely submerged under the magma. The boiling magma continued to rise like a tide, and towering pillars of fire towered over the land. The magma that fell from the sky was like a torrential downpour, covering the entire sky. Only the space 1,000 feet around Xiao Yan was completely destitute. Even the magma, which even the experts from the Source sect were afraid of, could only respectfully distance itself from it. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes flew open, his gaze shooting towards a certain direction like a falcon's. In that instant earlier, the magma at that spot, or perhaps it could be said that there was an extremely unusual aura flashing past. Even though there was the magma as a barrier, Xiao Yan was still able to clearly see a pair of eyes with this hurried glance. A pair of tiny scarlet eyes. The dark heavy buster sword subconsciously fell into Xiao Yan's hand. He immediately stood up, his gaze sharp as he stared at a certain spot within the magma. If even he could not see its figure clearly, then this mysterious fellow's strength would not be any weaker than his own. As his thoughts raced, his body suddenly twisted as the heavy tip of his buster sword smashed through the void. A burst of ruler light shot out and entered the magma behind him, creating a wave of energy. There's more than one, huh? Xiao Yan frowned as his gaze rapidly scanned his surroundings. The magma that had originally been 100 feet away continued to draw closer under the mysterious creature's control. Within the magma, pairs of strange eyes gradually became clearer. This is, after clearly seeing the appearance of those mysterious creatures, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned. At this moment, the surface of the magma below suddenly split open, and a figure once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. I didn't expect these guys to only attack you now. It seems that brother Xiao Yan does have some tricks up his sleeve. Xiao Yan looked over. The first person to rush out was actually Tang Yi, causing him to be extremely surprised. I think Brother Tang is the one with an iron fist. Even with Bai Zijing's strength, he actually died at your hands. Tang Ye's face revealed some surprise when he heard this. I didn't expect you to be able to see through that kid's true strength. I've really underestimated you. However, this ends here. Glancing at the rapidly approaching magma, the corners of Tang Ye's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. He twisted his neck slightly and looked coldly at Xiao Yan again. Do you know that this fire banyan forest is the home ground of the fire-scaled lizards? Anyone who dares to have any ideas about the fire banyan branch will be entangled with them until they die. Even an 8-star source sect wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. Although you have cultivation, you're too greedy. The moment his voice sounded, Tang Yi abruptly waved his sleeves. An ornament that was wrapped by a blue-colored cluster of light shot toward Xiao Yan with great speed. When it was a couple of dozen feet in front of Xiao Yan, it burst apart under Tang Ye's control. Immediately, a small section of a red-colored plant root was revealed. It was the so-called fire banyan branch. In an instant, within the magma that covered the world, countless scarlet gazes fell on Xiao Yan's body. Chapter 1488. Densely packed red figures gradually appeared within the surging magma. The magma raged as it continuously closed in on Xiao Yan. A scarlet-red body that was covered in scales, a triangular head, a pair of strange eyes that emitted a red light, and a thick and long tail. It also had a 10-foot-long thick tail. Its entire body was like that of a lizard. When Xiao Yan saw this, he could not help but feel a little surprised. Fire-scaled lizard, huh? To think that I would actually meet one here. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the lizards within the magma. His mind involuntarily recalled what he had encountered in the magma under the blazing sky chi refining tower. The situation back then was just like this. However, he did not expect to see such a scene when he was younger. Unexpectedly, it had reappeared today. Xiao Yan's hand clenched into the air and a large ruler immediately landed in his hand. His gaze looked around before it once again landed on Tang Ye's body. So that's how it is. Looks like Bai Zijing is not the only one who has died because of you. Hee, who asked there to always be greedy idiots like you in this world? You think that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me just because you have some strength and order me around. Just how many conceited people have come to this fire banyan forest? So what if it is an 8-star origin sect? Haven't they still ended up in my pocket? At the end of the day, all of you only have yourselves to blame and deserve to die. Tang Ye's actions were exaggerated as he danced. His face was filled with crazed disdain. This kind of savage posture caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily shake his head. He coldly said, "What nonsense. It is clearly you who attracted the passers-by here, causing them to fall into your trap. Yet, you still boast that you only have yourselves to blame. I think that you are the one who deserves death." The instant his words sounded, Xiao Yan's body instantly disappeared into the empty space like a ghost. This speed, Tang Ye's cold laughter had yet to be spat out from his mouth when his pupils abruptly shrunk. Immediately, he did not hesitate to wildly strike in front of him. The thing that was facing off against him in the empty space was surprisingly a large ruler. The heavy ruler's blade brought with it an astonishing pressure. Even though Tang Ye's cultivation was not weak, he was still blasted back by this ferocious attack. The moment he came to a stop, Tang Yi was shocked to discover that the right arm he had used to block the attack had been shaken to the point that it could not move. Although it was crazy, Tang Yi was no fool. From this attack, he knew that Xiao Yan's battle power was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. What terrifying physical strength! Tang Yi cried out in his heart. Before he could think any further, Xiao Yan's figure had once again appeared in front of him like the wind. Tang Yi knew that something was wrong and hurriedly threw out the flag in his hand. In an instant, it transformed into a huge flag that blocked in front of him. Turbulent blue Genesis chi whizzed towards Xiao Yan like a wave, but it was immediately cut apart by the latter's ruler. Only then did Tang Yi withdraw. Damn it, I almost underestimated you. Tang Yi, who had withdrawn into the distance, used his strength to rub his still numb right arm. His gaze was dark and stern as he stared at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face was expressionless. His gaze paused on the blue flag beside Tang Yi for a brief moment before he noticed the approaching magma. He let out a deep breath as the Genesis chi in his body finally began to move. Tang Yi clearly sensed this. He grabbed the flag and viciously waved it. A blue water screen swiftly enveloped him as an icy chuckle rang out. He, I admit that your battle power is not weak, but this is the Fire Banyan Forest. If you want to kill me, you'll first have to get past the fire scale lizards. This place may be a grave for you, but it's a hunting ground for me. I will personally watch them tear you to pieces. Ha 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 ha. As his laughter faded, Tang Yi immediately pulled back and dove into the magma. But if one looked closely, they would see that under the protection of the water screen, the magma was completely isolated wherever he passed. Even the fire scale lizards did not seem to discover his existence. No wonder Bai Zijing was swallowed by the magma while you were able to escape unscathed. So it's the effect of this flag. Xiao Yan suddenly understood. He slowly raised the giant ruler in his hand as flames ignited on his palm and spread to the ruler's body. It's a heavenly flame. Under the protection of the water screen, Tang Ye's expression instantly changed when he saw the flames ignite on the ruler's body. But the following scene caused him to be even more shocked. The veins on Xiao Yan's arm pulsed as he suddenly waved the giant ruler. The whistling sound of wind was like thunder as it was accompanied by an invisible aura. In an instant, the magma that was crazily pouncing towards Xiao Yan swiftly retreated as if it had received an order. The fire scale lizards that were only a few steps away from Xiao Yan's body also seemed to have been frozen in the air. After losing the magma's protection, the scarlet scales on their bodies suddenly split open. Scarlet blood spurted out as painful hisses immediately resounded. After the surrounding fire scale lizards retreated in fear, a path once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan that led straight to Tang Yi. What a crazy idea. It's a pity that this method is useless against me. What? Everything that had happened in the blink of an eye caused Tang Yi to be incomparably shocked. He never imagined that the man-eating magma would become so obedient in front of Xiao Yan. If the one coming up was Bai Zijing, I might have to put in a little more effort. But since it's you, I will quietly listen to the final movement of my life. As these indifferent words were spat out, the heavy Xian ruler danced in the air. Several ruler flashes overlapped one another to form a rainbow that shot towards Tang Yi. What shameless boasting. Do you think I'm afraid of a mere 3-star Genesis sect master? Tang Ye's face was filled with rage. How could a 4-star Genesis sect master like him be so easily frightened by a few words from his opponent? He immediately raised the flag in his hand again and waved it in front of him. Surging blue Genesis chi transformed into a giant whirlpool in the blink of an eye, extinguishing the surrounding magma as it whizzed forward with an astonishing aura like a storm. Boom! In the end, the ruler flashes and whirlpool were both destroyed. Xiao Yan's face was devoid of fear as he swung his giant ruler and charged forward. Tang Yi abruptly twisted the flag, transforming it into a spear that pierced through the air to meet Zhou Yuan head-on. The countless surrounding fire scale lizards also controlled the magma to charge forward at practically the same time. The spear thrust forward as the ruler furiously hacked down. Sparks flew the instant the two collided. The terrifying power from the ruler forced the spear back. The spear trembled violently as the flag unfurled, and it hurtled towards Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan was unafraid. His body easily dodged a couple of times. After which, he used the large ruler to block in front of him. His body furiously charged forward as a fierce flame wildly spat out from the ruler's body. The moment Tang Ye's expression changed, Xiao Yan once again slammed his palm onto the ruler's body. The huge ruler charged forward with the support of this firm and ferocious strength. It was unstoppable. Tang Yi hurriedly unfurled the flag and used it to block. However, he had just reduced over half of the force on the huge ruler when Xiao Yan suddenly stepped on the ruler's body. The powerful force was like a hot knife through butter as it easily broke through the defense in front of Tang Yi. The remaining force poured onto Tang Ye's body behind him. Ugh! Fresh blood was wildly spat out. Xiao Yan's powerful attack had caused Tang Ye to suffer some serious injuries. The thing that caused him to be even more shocked was that by the time he recovered and raised his head to take a look, the flag that he had used to protect his life had already landed in Xiao Yan's hand. At this moment, the latter was wearing a smile as he stared at him with a mocking expression. At this moment, without the protection of the flag, the fire-scaled lizards that were originally targeting Xiao Yan had turned their spearheads. Countless ferocious gazes fell on Tang Ye's body, causing him to feel cold all over. Without thinking, he knew what kind of cruel situation he was about to face. No. You can't do this, Xiao Yan, you can't do this to me. There is no life or death hatred between you and me. This trip is just for money. I am willing to share my gains with you. I can even give you all of it, as long as you return the flag to me. Tang Ye's face was full of fear. Compared to Xiao Yan, he was more afraid of these fire-scaled lizards. He had personally witnessed countless experts die under their siege. These beasts were so terrifying that he would rather die than face them. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a warm smile. Under Tang Ye's hopeful gaze, he slowly raised the flag and said slowly, "Since you are willing to contribute everything, this flag should be included." As soon as his voice fell, a light flashed in his palm and the flag was stored in the storage ring. In an instant, Tang Ye's face suddenly froze. Countless fire-scaled lizards also opened their mouths full of fangs and suddenly pounced. Chapter 1489. Tang Ye let out a mournful howl as he was completely drowned by the fire-scaled lizards. In the sky, Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Tang Ye had died, but the rain of fire had yet to dissipate. He still did not dare to be careless against these fire-scaled lizards. With the heavenly flame protecting him, the lava naturally could not get close to him. However, this was only enough to take care of most of the fire-scaled lizards. It was not so easy to deal with those that were stronger than origin ancestors. Squeak squeak, as the group of fire-scaled lizards surrounded Xiao Yan once more, 100 feet of empty space opened up around him. From the looks of it, they did not seem to have any intention of continuing their assault. Xiao Yan gripped his giant ruler and gathered his strength, his mind becoming increasingly tense. Within the lava, the tightly clustered fire-scaled lizards slowly retreated. Lava surged everywhere, and there were at least a dozen enormous balls of fire. Within those balls of fire, the deep red lava seemed to be wrapped around something. When Su Chen's vision cleared, he saw that there were at least a dozen even larger fire-scaled lizards floating in the air. Xiao Yan's originally gloomy expression immediately became uglier the moment he saw these enormous creatures. The strength of these dozen-plus fire-scale lizards were all above that of Yuanzong. Moreover, the auras of some of them were extremely strong. It was even harder to measure their strength, and they were probably extremely powerful existences even among high-grade origin ancestors. Such a lineup, in an instant, they had appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With the addition of the countless fire-scaled lizards surrounding them, even with Xiao Yan's abilities, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Phew! Under the strong pressure, Xiao Yan anxiously exhaled a deep breath of air. A thought passed through his mind and numerous dark black curtains immediately formed in the empty space around him. They stood beside Xiao Yan and surrounded him. His opponents were more than a dozen origin ancestor-level powerhouses, and he definitely could not face them head-on. If he borrowed the power of the Void Great Tao to repeatedly pass through, he might be able to break through these layers of encirclement. However, just as Xiao Yan's tent was condensed, the fire-scaled lizard beasts in the magma suddenly let out a strange roar. In the blink of an eye, sharp and ear-piercing sound waves converged and reverberated endlessly within the 100 meters of space. The momentum was becoming more and more astonishing. What caused Xiao Yan to widen his eyes even more was that the many tents that he had condensed around him actually began to distort under the attack of the sound wave. The spatial energy that had gathered on it was also strangely dissipating. When he noticed this, Xiao Yan revealed astonishment for the first time. It was the first time in a very long time that he'd seen the energy of the Grand Tao suffer a loss. This is going to be troublesome. When he saw the energy of the Grand Tao dissipate, the shock in Xiao Yan's heart grew even more intense. He had no choice but to continuously wave his giant ruler. Flames shot out and sonic booms rang out one after another. Only then did the continuous shrieks dissipate a little. However, the dozen or so giant beasts standing in the void no longer hesitated. They swung their large tails and twisted their bodies, appearing in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. They waved their sharp claws and viciously tore at Xiao Yan's head. Clang! The giant ruler chopped down and blocked the giant beast's attack, but almost at the same time, two more giant beasts appeared on both sides of him. Their attacks were continuous, and they were all killing moves. Just as he was about to withdraw, the giant ruler in his hand was firmly controlled by the giant beast in front of him. Xiao Yan had no choice but to let go. Just as he was about to retreat, another sharp piercing sound came from behind him. In the blink of an eye, it was right next to his ear. Xiao Yan's hair instantly stood on end. He only cared about forcefully twisting his body to block the attack, but he was sent flying by the giant beast. Damn it! Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, which then turned into a blood arrow and shot forward. In an instant, two giant beasts appeared on both sides of him. The tight attacks made Xiao Yan have no time to take care of them. After forcefully resisting the attacks of the two beasts, he suddenly stomped his foot and forced a fire-scaled lizard below him to retreat. His body suddenly rushed up, his eyes fixed on the layer of magma directly above him. At this point, he could only try his best to force his way out of here. Roar! The magma above him was getting closer and closer, but at this moment, the magma above him suddenly separated. A giant beast was bearing its bloody mouth full of fangs, waiting for him to deliver himself to its door. This giant beast was clearly the strongest one among the dozen or so beasts. When the fire-scaled lizard above him appeared, Xiao Yan was already very close to it. The rest of the fire-scaled lizards below him were also surrounding him. There was no way to retreat, so he could only try his best to fight. Come! Xiao Yan roared in his heart. He clenched his teeth, and the Genesis chi in his body gushed out without reservation. Blazing flames rapidly gathered in his palm. Whether or not he could break out of the encirclement depended on this moment. Roar! It was also at this moment that the enormous beast above Xiao Yan's head waved its arms. Magma covered its sharp claws and a bright red energy spread over its entire body. Its enormous body swiftly rotated and fell heavily, about to collide with Xiao Yan. Go! Xiao Yan forcibly stopped his body. He waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out. The two collided, and an earth-shaking shockwave swept out like a storm. Xiao Yan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was immediately devoured by the flames in his palm. The giant beast stood tall in the sky, its scarlet-red eyes fixed on a black figure below. When it focused its gaze, it saw that the one colliding with it was a puppet. Come back, North King! With a loud roar, lightning wrapped around the North King's body as it swiftly returned to Xiao Yan's side. If it had not summoned the North King at the last moment, Xiao Yan would not even have had a chance to catch his breath. Xiao Yan could not help but be shocked at the sight of the North King's torn chest. The North King's current strength was at least comparable to a 5-star origin ancestor, and its body was extraordinarily tough. Who would have thought that it would be torn apart by a single claw from this bastard? Fortunately, the North King's body contained lightning power, which allowed it to continuously repair itself, preventing it from being instantly destroyed. With this temporary delay by the Northern King, the heavenly flame that was wildly agglomerating between Xiao Yan's palms had already begun to take an embryonic form. All it needed was a moment before the fire lotus would be formed. At that time, it was likely that even if these bastards in front of him were to join hands, they would suffer some pain. Roar! The huge beast's scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, appearing to have seen that the thing that was agglomerated in Xiao Yan's palm was not ordinary. While the latter was quietly becoming alert, a sharp sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted from behind him. Clang! Once again, the North King used his body to block this sudden attack. His chest, which had already been torn apart, instantly caved in. The scorching power of the lava seeped into his body, causing the recovery speed of the lightning to greatly decrease. When Xiao Yan dodged his body and looked at the spot from earlier, a cluster of magma had unknowingly appeared in the empty space. The tail of the enormous beast had emerged from the magma. Chi! However, before Xiao Yan could hesitate, lava continuously appeared in the air around him. Soon after, numerous arms and tails charged towards him. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was still able to stabilize his body by relying on the ingenuity of the sky extinction steps. Even though he could not avoid being injured by the lava power, the fire lotus that had formed in his palms had reached the final moment of formation. Chi! Another sudden sound of rushing air appeared. Xiao Yan glanced over from the corner of his eyes. A thick tail had emerged from the magma beside him and pierced the fire lotus in his hand. This time around, Xiao Yan decided not to dodge. Instead, while his body was twisting, he violently pressed the fire lotus onto the rapidly moving tail from the side. The fire lotus easily incinerated the scales that covered the surface of the enormous tail and penetrated a couple of inches. Wherever it passed, the skin and flesh would split apart. A sizzling sound would emit a large amount of white smoke. Even a small piece of bone was forcefully melted by the frightening temperature that the fire lotus carried. Roar! After suffering such an attack, the giant beast could not help but let out a painful roar. However, Xiao Yan did not have the heart to care about this. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent had withdrawn its attack, he pushed his palms forward and sent the fire lotus in his palms forward. The exquisite fire lotus leisurely streaked across the sky, leaving behind a long fire tail. It seemed harmless as it swept across the sky. Soon after, it exploded in the sky near the dozen fire scale lizards. Chapter 1490. Everything was silent beneath the fire lotus. When a magnificent lotus slowly blossomed in the sky, all of the fire scale lizards under the origin sect were blasted away. Even the pillar of fire that connected the heavens and the earth was forcefully destroyed. They fell into the magma below. After a fierce battle, there were still 10 fire scale lizards standing in front of Xiao Yan. Their leader was naturally the high-tier fire scale lizard. Crack crack, human, you shouldn't have appeared here. Xiao Yan's face was deathly pale. However, the giant beast opposite him spat out some words that were difficult to understand. Perhaps, but I'm still here. Xiao Yan shook his head with some difficulty. He gently clenched his hand under his sleeve and a golden disc landed in his palm. It was given to him by the mysterious expert when he left the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan did not know what exactly this formation plate was. However, at this moment, the only method he could choose and trust was this. Chirp chirp, the other fire scale lizards on both sides of the giant beast released sharp cries. They quickly spread out and surrounded Xiao Yan. The latter's expression was frosty as the remaining Genesis chi in his body swiftly flowed into the disc. The North King stood guard beside him as he prepared for the upcoming battle. Roar! However, the fire scale lizard leader suddenly turned its head to look at the magma below as a strange look appeared in its tiny eyes. With a wave of its arm, the remaining fire scale lizards immediately looked over. As if they had received some kind of order, they charged towards the magma below without any hesitation. Despicable human. The enormous beast emitted a furious roar of dissatisfaction from its mouth. After which, it did not dare to hesitate. Its body moved and it hurriedly fell into the magma below. In an instant, the danger that Xiao Yan felt in the sky had disappeared. However, the thing that caused him to be unable to comprehend was what the enormous beast's last sentence was trying to express. Clang! While the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart had yet to be resolved, an intense collision exploded beside his ear like thunder. The sudden attack sent the Northern King flying. The Northern King's pale face instantly changed drastically as he sensed an attack coming from behind him. The Northern King's expression changed drastically when he sensed an attack coming from behind him. He hurriedly twisted his body, but an arrow still pierced his shoulder. Xiao Yan's body rapidly retreated as intense pain assaulted him. While his eyes quickly scanned the area, he hurriedly swallowed a few pills. Then, he focused his gaze and saw a figure standing in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was an unexpectedly cold face. "You're still alive, Bai Zijing." Xiao Yan's heart was filled with shock. This meant that even Tang Yi had been kept in the dark. He, Tang Yi is just an ordinary person. If I really died at his hands, wouldn't I become a joke? Bai Zijing curled his lips and sneered in disdain. Xiao Yan's heart grew even more terrified. The fact that Bai Zijing could deceive Tang Ye's eyes despite being surrounded by fire-scale lizards showed just how powerful he was. The Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body had been mostly depleted, and Bai Zijing had suddenly appeared. Moreover, Bai Zijing's target was clearly Xiao Yan. It was likely that things would not end well. As he felt the power slowly recovering in his body, Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand and recalled the heavy Xian ruler floating in the distance. He then lifted his gaze again and stared at Bai Zijing in the distance. He slowly said, "Brother Bai, you and I have never met before. Today's matter is all because of Tang Yi. Why don't we both take a step back and leave peacefully?" Bai Zijing laughed angrily. He then looked coldly at Xiao Yan and said in a chilling voice, "Humph. If you don't recognize me, then, do you recognize this?" Without giving Xiao Yan any chance to catch his breath, Bai Zijing decisively raised an arm. Genesis Qi madly surged out, and a dazzling light was immediately released above his head. An astonishing energy rapidly gathered. The frantically gathering energy gradually converged into a huge ball of light. The dazzling light caused Xiao Yan's pupils to shrink. He suddenly thought of something. "So you are, from the Bai clan. Light of the Corona." Bai Zijing waved his arm the moment Xiao Yan's words left his mouth. The cluster of light descended and Xiao Yan put away the heavy Xian ruler with a flip of his hand. Soon after, he began to rapidly form a series of hand seals. Flames surged all over his body as the Genesis Qi in his body was swiftly mobilized. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a towering fiery red giant statue. "Ha! Xiao Yan, do you know that Bai Ruoxuan is my younger brother? Today, I will avenge him for the humiliation he suffered back then." Bai Zijing's cry was vast and mighty under the bright sun. His fury was monstrous. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. He could only use all his strength to maneuver the remaining Genesis Qi in his body and gather all his remaining strength on the enormous statue. When the sunlight arrived, he also let out a long roar towards the sky. Fury of the fire god. The sun descended, and the fire god attacked. The moment the two collided, the world shook, and the wind and clouds swept out. Powerful shockwaves blasted open a sinkhole in the fire banyan forest below, causing magma to spray out like a tide. When the fire god statue and the sun were both destroyed, Bai Zijing quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow. His hawk-like sharp eyes stared at Xiao Yan, who was behind the puppet. "Xiao Yan, so you are from the Xiao clan. Today, you will die without a doubt." As his roar rang out, the arrow shot out, but it was quickly shattered by the North King's two palms. After Xiao Yan stood as the Northern King, he used the medicinal pill to try his best to recover the exhaustion within his body. After a couple of fights and forcefully using the fire god's fury earlier, it was likely that the current Xiao Yan would have already lost his fighting strength if not for the strength of the medicinal pill. At this moment, Bai Zijing, who had seen this clearly, did not want to miss this opportunity. Arrows flew out continuously. No matter how strong the North King was, he was unable to block all of them. Wherever the arrows came into contact with, they would break through his body of steel and sink into his body. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. By being able to easily break the body of the Northern King with one arrow, the strength of this Bai Zijing was at the very least above that of a 6-star source zone. "I need to find a way to leave as soon as possible." Anxiously, Xiao Yan could not care less about his injuries. He swallowed a few more pills and used the North King's temporary resistance to refine them. Not a bad puppet, but it's destined to become a pile of scrap metal. On the other side, Bai Zijing's expression was cold and callous. He drew his bow to a full crescent as the light from the arrow grew even brighter. This arrow was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Parting arrow. Bai Zijing's lips parted slightly as the arrow shot out. Like the wind chasing after the moon, it pierced through the North King's palms despite the North King's full strength. Sparks flew as the arrow viciously pierced the North King's chest. The terrifying force mercilessly tore apart the North King's body that had just recovered. Even the tip of the arrow pierced through the North King's back, causing Xiao Yan's body to stagger 2 steps back. Just this arrow alone had pierced through the North King's body. It was unimaginable. If this were to happen a few more times, Xiao Yan would likely have no chance of survival. Humph. Bai Zijing grinned mockingly. He did not continue shooting, but instead raised his bow towards the sky. Blue Genesis Chi condensed into an arrow that shot into the sky. Domain power, water domain. With a low shout, the originally scorching and dry air was strangely suffused with moisture. Coupled with the scorching environment, it made one feel as if they were in a steamer. A domain was not much of a help to a Genesis ancestor expert, but in Bai Zijing's hands, it had an extremely different hue. Let's see how you'll dodge this arrow. Chapter 1491. Water vapor floated in the stuffy air. Tiny water droplets condensed together as Bai Zijing drew the bow, finally transforming into sharp arrows. Looking at the cold and sharp edge, it was actually not inferior to the arrow just now. Who? Behind the North King, Xiao Yan slowly moved to the side. After waiting for a moment, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. At the very least, it wouldn't be difficult to leave this place. Are you ready to counterattack before your death? Seeing Xiao Yan's fierce gaze again, Bai Zijing's sinister smile grew even wider. Even if Xiao Yan was drained of his essence blood, he wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. He stretched out a bloody palm. Xiao Yan stared intently at Bai Zijing and grinned. Bang! Suddenly, a ball of flame ignited in Xiao Yan's palm, and Bai Zijing's expression finally changed. This is a heavenly flame? Xiao Yan clenched his hand tightly the moment Bai Zijing's surprised voice sounded. The fierce flame in his hand immediately scattered in all directions. Following the scattering of the flame, the numerous arrows that had just been agglomerated began to strangely distort and evaporate. Within a couple of breaths' time, they had completely disappeared. Domains aren't exclusive to you. Xiao Yan mocked. At the same time, a pitch-black tent gradually took shape behind him, and the Genesis Chi that had just recovered in his body was rapidly draining away. This sentence also caused Bai Zijing's expression to turn abnormally ugly. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. I'd like to see what other tricks you have. As his voice faded, the arrows shot out. This time, they were shattered by Xiao Yan's dark heavy buster sword. Bai Zijing took advantage of the momentum and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. As he moved, the North King leaped up. Scram! Bai Zijing was completely unafraid. He twisted his body and sent the North King flying with a kick, before he waved his hand and struck towards Xiao Yan. Underworld Water Seal. As the palm attack approached, Xiao Yan put away the dark heavy buster sword into his storage ring. As he retreated, he also met the attack with a powerful palm. Seal of Mountains and Rivers. The two palms collided. As expected, Xiao Yan was knocked back. Bai Zijing also stopped in his tracks because of this palm strike. After the aftermath of the palm strike dissipated, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Looking around, Bai Zijing immediately saw a black figure in the distant sky. It was Xiao Yan without a doubt. How could this be? Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually able to avoid his line of sight and escape, Bai Zijing was surprised and chased after him again. However, the North King, who had been sent flying, stuck close to him like a dog's skin plaster. Noisy thing. Reverse water bind. After a few rounds of entanglement, Bai Zijing became more and more irritated. Xiao Yan was just a severely injured person. If it weren't for this damned puppet in front of him, Xiao Yan would have already died at his hands. Why would there be such trouble? Bai Zijing was furious. The water pillar between his palms flipped, forming a huge water prison in the blink of an eye. As his palms opened and closed, the North King was trapped inside. After doing this, Bai Zijing frowned and looked in the direction of Xiao Yan. However, he saw that the latter was still high in the sky and had not escaped. He was surprised and looked at the North King, who was constantly ramming around in the water prison. He couldn't help but snort coldly. You're still thinking about a puppet in the face of death? You really don't know what's good for you. Bai Zijing's feet stomped furiously on the empty air. His body instantly appeared in the sky. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared to have recovered. He hurriedly used the dark black curtain that was agglomerated beside him to once again flee into the distance when Bai Zijing approached him. Chi, the instant the pitch-black tent disappeared, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and ultimately landed on the scarlet ground below. Bai Zijing could not help but be surprised again. This is the great Tao of the void. How is this possible? Didn't this kid comprehend the great Tao of fire? It was no wonder that Bai Zijing was so shocked. Who would have thought that a kid known for cultivating fire would comprehend the power of the great Tao, which had almost nothing to do with fire? One must know that the power of the great Tao was undoubtedly subversive to one's cultivation attribute. Even if two people of the same attribute had different comprehensions of the great Tao, the power they could unleash from their genesis chi would be different. Of course, Xiao Yan, who used heavenly flames to raise the power of his own attribute to the limit, naturally had to be taken into account. Heavenly flames were the power of the world and possessed the same power as the great Tao. In fact, from a certain point of view, it could even be said to be superior. Kid, so what if you comprehend the great Tao of the void? With your current body, how many times can you dodge my arrows? Bai Zijing's face was as dark as water. He roared angrily, but Xiao Yan paid no attention to him. He did his best to condense the great Tao of the void, and when the arrow was shot over, he fled again. Under this chase, Xiao Yan and Bai Zijing successively fled to the horizon in succession within a short moment. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan, gugugu, the boiling hot magma suddenly churned. Only when a splash-like ripple erupted from the surface of the magma did an extremely pale human figure once again land on the ground. If one looked closer, one would undoubtedly find that it was Xiao Yan. There was no need to think too much. Since Xiao Yan was here, the one who fled to the horizon with Bai Zijing was naturally his clone. Phew. That was really close. Fortunately, this magma can isolate one's aura. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Xiao Yan bitterly sighed. He parted his mouth and immediately flew to the side of the water prison in the sky. He borrowed his little remaining strength to summon the heavenly flame and gradually spread it out, forming an enormous fire net. After it completely wrapped around the water prison, he controlled the Northern King and the fire net to exert their strength together. Only then was the water prison destroyed in one strike. At the same time, under Bai Zijing's pursuit, Xiao Yan found it more and more difficult to dodge. The tricky arrows streaked across the sky like lightning. Even the power of the great Tao was mercilessly shattered by these arrows. Chi! Accompanied by a sharp sound, Bai Zijing's figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a ghost. The two of them looked at each other. Bai Zijing's eyes were like a wolf's, and the smile on his face was filled with endless killing intent. Now, can you still dodge? The latter was speechless. He pulled out the fire ruler with all his strength and tried to repel the person in front of him. Bai Zijing smiled disdainfully. He pressed forward without dodging. The moment the giant fire ruler formed, he used Genesis Chi to protect his body and firmly grasped Xiao Yan's wrist with one hand. With a fierce twist, he easily broke the wrist. As the flames scattered, an arrow formed in his other hand. He aimed it at Xiao Yan's chest and fiercely pressed it down. Die! A sharp and resentful roar resounded in the sky as the arrow pierced Xiao Yan's chest. However, the arrow that pierced through his chest was as sharp as ever, but Bai Zijing's expression froze when he saw Xiao Yan's body gradually turn illusory. At this moment, Bai Zijing's heart appeared to have been struck by lightning. He forcefully endured the tearing pain in his heart and lifted his head to take a look. At this moment, Xiao Yan's illusionary face surprisingly carried a mocking smile. "Brother Bai, we'll meet again." As his voice faded, the body that was being suppressed by Bai Zijing also drifted away. Everything he had done was in vain. Under the scarlet sun, the sky was clear. Bai Zijing stood in the air in a daze. His face alternated between green and white, and his trembling body expressed his inner emotions. Puchi. Finally, at a certain moment, blood rained down from the sky in anger. Following that, there was a ruthless roar that soared into the sky. Xiao Yan. Chapter 1492. 2 months later. A black-robed figure was seated on a certain reef under a vast expanse of magma. There was nothing in the several dozen feet radius around him, and even the scorching magma had been separated. A giant blue banner stood beside the figure. Ripples of energy spread from it, covering the entire area. With the banner's support, the vast space was hidden within the magma. From the outside, it was as if the surrounding magma world was completely undetectable. At this very moment, a scarlet bead was suspended between the two hands of the figure. As he cultivated, waves of pure and majestic fire energy continuously flowed into his body. After around an hour, the energy light on the bead gradually melted. When it completely disappeared, a pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for a long time finally opened slowly. Xiao Yan could not help but smile in satisfaction as he felt the surging Genesis chi flowing through his meridians. He glanced at the banner beside him, whose blue light was gradually dimming. With a light hook of his finger, the several feet wide banner immediately transformed into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small flag the size of a palm and circled around his body. At the same time, the surrounding magma that had been isolated from the surrounding energy swiftly filled the space. This small flag was the one Xiao Yan had obtained from Tang Yi. It was called the flame-repelling water banner, and had a rather unique effect. As long as an endless stream of Genesis chi was poured into it, the energy it emitted would be able to isolate the power of the magma and even prevent the fire-scale lizard from discovering it. This effect made Xiao Yan much safer in the magma world for a time. Ever since he had escaped from Bai Zijing's hands the last time, Xiao Yan spent most of his remaining time on training other than his usual journey. Based on his understanding of these magma creatures, Xiao Yan naturally knew that there were red pearls condensed in the bodies of high-grade fire-scale lizards. These things were extremely useful for fire attribute cultivators. Recently, he had obtained quite a few red pearls with the help of the flame avoidance water banner. Because of this, Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the peak of the advanced 3-star origin ancestor level in a mere 2 months. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star origin ancestor. Of course, even though Xiao Yan had already touched the barrier to becoming a 4-star origin sect, he still needed an even more boundless amount of energy to support his breakthrough. Fortunately, this world of lava had the energy that Xiao Yan needed. The deeper they went into the flowing fire plains, the rarer the fire banyan trees that could be seen everywhere became. This was not only because the ground became deeper, but also because the human forces had entered the depths of the plains. Fortunately, on the way here, Xiao Yan had encountered a fire banyan tree. He chose a certain direction and raised his hand. A suction force surged from his palm, and with a thought, dots of black light rapidly condensed in front of him. In the countless battles over the past 2 months, Xiao Yan's control over the power of the Grand Tao had undoubtedly deepened. At this moment, he raised his hand and condensed a curtain of the Grand Tao. After his body shuttled back and forth a few times, a ball of scarlet light appeared in front of him in the chaotic magma. From a distance, Lu Yin could see countless side roots dangling from the magma like vines. At the center of the magma was a giant root that was intertwined with each other like a stone pillar. At the top of the root was a scarlet root that was a few inches long and looked like a mountain ginseng. The scarlet energy radiated from the root, and as the surrounding vines swayed, waves of berserk fire energy were continuously gathered and absorbed by the root. Outside the scarlet light, there were fire-scaled lizards shuttling back and forth between the side roots that were as dense as seaweed. After a rough count, Lu Yin estimated that there were at least a dozen of them. It was no wonder that Tang Yi had gathered the newcomers to the flowing fire plains to steal the fire banyan branch. He had probably used others to attract the attention of the fire-scaled lizards while he himself took the opportunity to steal the fire banyan branch. This method was truly insidious. Back then, even Tang Yi had not dared to come into contact with these beasts. Now, in Xiao Yan's eyes, they were just as so. With the help of the flame-repelling water banner and the Tao of the Void, Xiao Yan could easily deal with any fire-scaled lizard as long as it was not a high-tier source ancestor. With a flip of his palm, the small banner flew out in a flash. A light screen spread out around his body and quickly enveloped Xiao Yan. Even his aura disappeared into the magma. After doing all this, Xiao Yan finally rushed toward the enormous roots that were surrounded by countless number of side roots. Wherever he passed, the surrounding fire-scaled lizard appeared not to have sensed him. Even if one brushed past it, one could only sense a magma flowing at an extremely fast speed. After which, it returned to silence amidst a wave of alarm. After covering a distance of nearly 10,000 feet, Xiao Yan arrived in front of the side roots that were enveloped by the scarlet light. As he got closer, he could clearly see that the scarlet energy had condensed into a barrier at the edge. Inside the barrier was a magma energy that was even more vigorous and powerful than the outside world. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but sneer. If it was anyone else who came here, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would not be able to fight against the fire-scaled lizards outside. However, to him, this barrier, which was enough to make an ordinary source ancestor powerhouse reveal a difficult expression, was nothing in front of him. As his wrist rose and fell, a pitch-black tent immediately condensed in front of him. This movement naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding fire-scaled lizards. However, before these beasts could charge forward, the tent quietly disappeared. Even Xiao Yan, who was standing outside the barrier, had appeared on the other side of the barrier. Appearing in the middle of the densely packed side roots, even with the protection of the flame-repelling water banner, the berserk energy that pounced from all directions still caused Xiao Yan's heart to tremble. Just this withered tree alone had gathered such a huge amount of fire attribute energy. It was no wonder that the Fire Banyan clan was so powerful back then. With a turn of his gaze, Xiao Yan swept his gaze across the countless side roots in front of him. These things were like living creatures, moving leisurely as they crazily absorbed the magma energy in this area. They seemed to have sensed Xiao Yan's arrival, and countless branches aimed at Xiao Yan, as if he had something they needed. While Xiao Yan's heart was filled with doubt when he sensed this point, he also shot out a couple of tiny flames in a probing manner. As expected, those roots appeared to have found their target as they swiftly shot over. Within a short moment, they had separated and absorbed this small cluster of heavenly flame that could melt and stone iron. Even with Xiao Yan's character, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw this scene. Ever since he had made his debut, the heavenly flame in his hand had always been successful. It was the first time that he had encountered something that could eat his heavenly flame. As expected of the Fire Banyan clan. While being surprised at the terror of these side roots, Xiao Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of his palm, he simply shot out a few more balls of flames that floated on both sides of his body. The countless side roots in front of him immediately welcomed them. Amidst a wave of sizzling sounds, Xiao Yan also safely passed through the dense side roots. Turning his head back to look, it seemed that these things could not casually devour the heavenly flame. When Xiao Yan's gaze turned back, at the top of the thick root in front of him, a section of the Fire Banyan branch was already within reach. Looking around, Xiao Yan grinned. Since the magma energy here was so abundant, he might as well use this place to refine the Fire Banyan branch and break through in one fell swoop. P.S. 140,000 words expected to be updated in December, around 70 chapters. Chapter 1493. Xiao Clan, outside the ancestral shrine. First Elder, half a year has passed. Now, everyone except Xiao Xian has come out of seclusion in the ancestral shrine. Do you think we should wake him up to prevent any more trouble? Xiao Dingtian and the First Elder stood in front of the ancestral shrine and looked at the stone door that had been sealed for a long time. The former hesitated for a moment before urging. More than half a year had passed since Xiao Yan left the Xiao clan. Not long ago, the ancestral shrine had opened again. All the clan members who had participated in the clan's sacrifice had left the ancestral shrine, and many of their cultivations had improved greatly. Young clan leader Xiao Xiaojun had reached the late 9-star origin ancestor stage and was only a step away from the source venerate stage. Xiao Siyu, who was with him, had reached the 8-star origin ancestor stage. The others had improved greatly, but only Xiao Xian had yet to come out of the ancestral shrine. Ding Tian, be patient. The ancestral temple is connected to the sacred blood crystal. Nothing happened there, which means that the clan's sacrifice is normal. The rest is just a matter of time. Moreover, that little guy's ancestor is different from ordinary people. Perhaps when he comes out of seclusion, he will bring us a different kind of surprise. The first elder's turbid eyes stared at the stone door in front of him, as though he wanted to see through its surface and see its essence. It was only after a long time that his dry palm stroked his beard before he calmed down and withdrew his gaze. Xiao Dingtian, who was at the side, frowned. Since the first elder had said so, he naturally wouldn't interfere. However, Xiao Xian still hadn't come out of seclusion, which made him feel a little uneasy. By the way, has third brother sent any news back recently? Suddenly, the first elder seemed to have thought of something and asked slowly. Xiao Dingtian was slightly startled. He immediately wiped away the emotions in his heart, shook his head, and sighed. Not yet. Third elder has left the clan for half a year. During this time, he only sent news back once, saying that he had gone to the southern region. It seems that he should be at the border of the continent. The first elder frowned. He shouldn't have sent Xiao Mingyuan, but the latter insisted on going this time. Even sixth brother Xiao Yuehua couldn't stop him. Third brother has a grudge against Xiao Yan. He doesn't want to continue staying in the clan. The grand elder let out a soft sigh. Xiao Dingtian curled his lips and said hesitantly, Great elder, in my opinion, the talents of those outsiders are mediocre. Even if they were to join our clan, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things. Why should we? Enough. This time, without waiting for Xiao Dingtian to finish speaking, Xiaozhen interrupted him with a reprimand. His old face revealed a rare expression of anger. After a long while, he spoke with hatred. We are of the same origin. Why do you have to be so forceful? Sigh, with a long sigh, the grand elder shook his head and left. Xiao Dingtian silently curled his lips and glanced at the tightly shut stone door. He snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. At the same time, within the ancestral shrine, Xiao Xian was sitting cross-legged in a secret room. Behind him was a pile of bloodstones that had been casually thrown away by those who had entered the ancestral shrine. But now, the scarlet bloodstones had lost their usual color, and the violent energy within them had been exhausted. A stone platform stood in front of Xiao Xian. On top of it was a transparent crystal the size of a pomegranate. A trace of scarlet blood floated at the core of the crystal. As the cultivation technique in Xiao Xian's body rapidly circulated, waves of boundless energy continuously surged out from the blood and frantically converged into his body. Xiao Xian's aura also became denser under the constant infusion of energy. If there was anyone else present, they would probably cry out in surprise. Xiao Xian's aura had already broken through to the peak of the source ancestor realm from the initial stage when he entered the ancestral shrine. Moreover, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like it had any intention of stopping. Poof. The deep ground suddenly exploded as magma gushed out. A pillar of fire rose high into the sky, and a figure soared into the sky. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan. His aura had successfully broken through, and he had stayed in the magma under the fire banyan tree for a few more months. As a result, his current strength had already reached the mid-4th star source ancestor realm. Almost a year had passed since he had obtained the fire banyan branch. Huff. Xiao Yan deeply inhaled the searing hot air in his chest and could not help but laugh out loud. The powerful searing hot energy flowing through the chi paths in his body caused him to have the feeling of wanting to face the sky and let out a long howl. His body trembled as the remaining scarlet energy swept out. He looked around, and after confirming the direction of the depths of the plains, he leapt and shot towards the distant horizon. Although his strength had broken through, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan felt even more longing for the legendary Fire Banyan ruins. The current him did not want to stay for even a moment longer. He wanted to see the treasured land that countless people had gone crazy over. The flowing fire plains was vast. Even with Xiao Yan's origin ancestor strength, it would not be easy for him to pass through this place, even if there were no obstructions. 10 days later, Xiao Yan's vision gradually began to change. The hills rose and fell as far as the eye could see, and short rivers could occasionally be seen. This desolate ridge world was finally dyed with some natural colors. It was only at this point that Xiao Yan felt much more at ease when he saw the figures passing by in the mountain forest. At the very least, he was now certain that he was heading in the right direction. Chi, the piercing sound of rushing air approached from afar as Xiao Yan's figure swiftly flew over a mountain forest. There were many battles here, and there was no lack of high-tier origin ancestor battles. If there was no need, he did not want to take part in any of them. However, while such thoughts rose in Xiao Yan's head, an astonishing explosion suddenly spread from a certain spot in the mountain forest. As energy unfurled, Xiao Yan's rapidly flying figure came to an abrupt halt as he turned his gaze towards the source of the explosion. There seemed to be a somewhat familiar aura at the center of the explosion. Bastards, trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Heaven-burning fury. In the mountain forest, a young man in ragged clothes gritted his teeth as he viciously spat out a mouthful of blood that had been stuck in his throat. The Genesis chi in his body frantically circulated, surging great Tao power condensing into a long flaming spear above his head. A fire dragon coiled around the spear, and with a furious roar, it collided heavily with the combined attack of the 4 opponents. Boom! Another explosion rang out. Space shattered, the mountain forest was destroyed, and the ground cracked as lava immediately spilled out. After a cloud of dust, the young man's body slammed heavily into the mountain forest in the distance. Soon after, 4 figures with somewhat chaotic auras caught up to him. Damn it, I haven't even seen the shadow of the ruins, and I'm already going to fall at the hands of you bastards. The young man was in a sorry state, his aura plummeting to rock bottom. Even so, he forced himself to his feet as he glared angrily at the 4 individuals in the air. Humph, you can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. If you had handed over that thing earlier, you would naturally have been fine. This is the price you have to pay for your arrogance. A hoarse chuckle rang out as one of the 4 abruptly stepped forward. 5 fingers clenched together, and with a piercing sound, viciously slashed towards the young man's throat. However, it was at this moment that a clear and bright laughter suddenly rang out. I haven't seen you for a few years. How did you end up in such a state? As the voice fell, just as the 4 people and the young man were feeling bewildered, a black figure appeared in front of the young man like a ghost. At the same time, 5 fingers bent, and easily grasped the palm blade that was coming at him. Chapter 1494. Ah! His hand was forcefully grabbed by the human figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. The fellow, who was about to kill a moment ago, suddenly emitted a hoarse wail at this moment. He struggled to escape from the grasp of this human figure. When the latter saw this, he gently pushed and the person's body immediately shot backwards. After which, he heavily smashed onto the ground in the distance. At the same time, the remaining 3 people also looked at the human figure that had appeared in front of them with an unfriendly expression. When they saw that the person who had arrived was actually a young man, there was shock and disdain in their eyes. It was also at this moment that the young man who had been seriously injured by them earlier finally saw the face of the person who had arrived. When he saw this face that had left a deep impression on him, he could not help but exclaim. Xiao Yan, it's actually you. Huh, I also did not expect that I would actually meet you here, Qin Yan. Xiao Yan smiled warmly. The person in front of him was the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley, Qin Yan, whom he had met in the southern region back then. After the battle with him back then, this fellow had left the Burning Flame Valley to roam the continent. He did not expect that they would actually meet in the flowing fire plains today. It was really a coincidence. When I was defeated by you back then, I was completely convinced. After discussing with teacher, I still planned to leave the valley to train. Not long ago, I had a fortuitous encounter and heard about the fire banyan remains. Therefore, I wanted to come over and try my luck. I did not expect that one person would not be enough. There is actually another one who has come to die. Since you have met as good friends today, the old man and the others will reluctantly send all of you on your way. Before Qin Yan's words could fade, one of the remaining 3 people suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted him. On the other side, the person who had been sent flying by Xiao Yan also swiftly stepped forward. However, from his pale face and his right hand that had barely stopped bleeding, his condition did not seem to be too good. Noisy. Xiao Yan frowned and slowly turned around to face the 4 people in front of him. Qin Yan, who was beside him, wanted to stop him. However, when he saw Xiao Yan's fearless appearance and recalled the battle with him back then, the strength of this fellow in front of him was always beyond his expectations. Perhaps, these 4 people might not be a match for Xiao Yan. Kid, you have some guts, but you will soon understand the consequences of not doing anything. The elder who had spoken earlier coldly snorted. His hand danced in the shape of a claw. Genesis chi flowed from his palm as his body suddenly moved forward. He arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye and grabbed at Xiao Yan's face. In the next instant, Xiao Yan raised his left hand with lightning-like speed. His wrist circled around the other party's elbow, pushing aside the incoming hand claw as his palm pressed against the left side of the old man's chest. Genesis chi gushed out and a cracking sound was heard. The old man's ribs were broken and his body was immediately sent flying. It was also at this moment that the remaining few people behind finally sensed that the situation was not right. One after another, they moved forward. Powerful auras spread as wave after wave of powerful auras were released. 4 3-star Genesis sects. You do have some foundation, but that's all. The expressions on the faces of the 3 old men immediately changed when the young man in front of them revealed their cultivation levels. Soon after, an aura that was even stronger than theirs spread out from the body of the young man in front of them. At this instant, the expressions of the 3 old men abruptly changed. Without giving them the opportunity to withdraw, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled. Soon after, a few ruler glows flashed past in a lightning-like manner. Flames churned and the human figures immediately flew out. By the time their bodies stopped, they were already seriously injured. In the air, Xiao Yan raised the heavy Xian Buster sword and descended again. He had already appeared in front of one of the elders, and the giant Buster sword descended. The other party did not even have the chance to retort before he was killed in a single blow. Xiao Yan's attack had not seriously injured the last person. He could only suppress the fear in his heart as he hurriedly circulated the Genesis chi in his body in preparation to flee. Mister, this old man is a steward of Lava Castle. If you kill me, Lava Castle will not rest until you are dead. If you let me go, I will keep my mouth shut when I return. You talk too much. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan's body abruptly pressed forward. The elder was greatly alarmed as he hurriedly circulated his Genesis chi to defend himself. At the same time, great Dao power swiftly gathered in the surroundings, forming wooden vines that wrapped around Xiao Yan. The former's gaze swiftly swept across the area as he steeled his heart and rapidly dashed towards the nearby lava spewing out from the ground. As long as he entered the lava, who would be able to capture his aura? Brat, just wait for the fury of Lava Castle. With a furious roar, the old man's body abruptly increased in speed. Just as he was about to charge into the magma, a fierce flame suddenly rose from Xiao Yan's body from where he stood, incinerating all the wooden vines that were wrapped around his body. At the same time, his gaze stared intently at the old man who was about to charge into the magma. With a cold smile, the magma that was gushing out from the ground appeared to have come alive as it transformed into a large magma hand that grabbed the old man who was swiftly flying. Idiot, don't you know that fire restrains wood? As Tantan's mocking voice rang out, the elder swiftly lost all signs of life under the erosion of the lava. Subsequently, Xiao Yan gently waved his hand, causing the lava to scatter. Only then did he turn his head to look at Qin Yan, who was nearby. "How are you? Are you all right? I won't die." While asking out of concern, Xiao Yan flipped his hand, retrieving a jade bottle from his storage ring and handing it over. Qin Yan was slightly taken aback when he saw the bottle Xiao Yan handed over and the fragrance of tantan spreading in the air. Soon after, he let out a disappointed laugh. "I almost forgot that you're also an alchemist." Although Qin Yan had never seen Xiao Yan refine pills, the matter of the latter refining pills in Burning Flame Valley had already spread throughout the valley. Hence, he was somewhat aware of this matter. Hence, he did not stand on ceremony as he swallowed the pill in the bottle. After exchanging a glance with Xiao Yan and nodding, he decisively began to refine the pill on the spot. The injuries caused by facing 4 Genesis sect experts alone could not be delayed. With the aid of the pill Xiao Yan had given him, Qin Yan's condition finally recovered after a night. The two of them did not delay any further and headed towards the depths of the mountain forest together. Along the way, Xiao Yan found out that this fellow had only broken through to the Genesis sect a couple of months ago. After which, he had rushed towards the flowing fire plains. Not long ago, he had been targeted by those 4 fellows because of the fire banyan token. If not for the fact that Xiao Yan had coincidentally passed by, it was likely that he would have died at the hands of those 4. Half a month later, the sight in front of them gradually widened as the two of them hurried along at an extremely fast speed. The dense mountain forest formed a circular shape, revealing a verdant plain. At the end of the plain were 2 towering scarlet-red mountain peaks. Between the 2 peaks was a huge city made of red rocks that slowly lay there like magma gushing out from underground. This was the largest city in the flowing fire plains. At the same time, it was also the overlord-level faction of the flowing fire plains, Lava Castle. Chapter 1495. Lava Fort. What a coincidence. Looking at the huge outline of the city in front of him, Xiao Yan could not help but widen his mouth. He recalled the 4 people he killed a few days ago. They claimed that they were from Lava Fort. He did not expect that the 2 of them would actually encounter them when they arrived at the same place. After pausing for a while at the city gate, Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Soon after, he lifted his feet and walked into the city. Beside him, Qin Yan's gaze swept across the surrounding people and suddenly said, "That's right, on the way here, I also heard that Lava Fort seems to be preparing for an auction. It seems to be related to the fire banyan remains. I'm afraid that many factions in the middle region will take action upon hearing the news." "Oh. If that's the case, we are in luck." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled with interest. Bai Zijing's figure mysteriously appeared in his mind. Back then, he had almost lost his life in the hands of that fellow. However, he did not know if he would meet him here. With his current strength, if he used all his means, he might be able to fight against him. After passing through the city gate, the sun immediately shone on the faces of the 2. Xiao Yan subconsciously narrowed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a scarlet building in front of him. After getting used to it, he looked around. Qin Yan looked around and said embarrassedly, "This place is really strange. If it were not for the aura of the people on the street, I'm afraid that I would have thought that this is the place of Azura." Xiao Yan could not help but laugh. He randomly picked a street, raised his chin and said, "Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first. Since we are here, we should first inquire about the auction. Perhaps, we can obtain some useful information from it." The latter nodded slightly. The 2 of them immediately walked towards the depths of the street. A moment later, the 2 of them found a place to stay and sat in a tea house along the way. As expected, most of the people walking back and forth beside them were discussing matters related to the Lava Castle auction this time around. There were even people chattering on the few neighboring tables. Just as Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan were judging the rumors that had been transmitted to their ears, a young man walked over from a short distance away. Just as Xiao Yan was surprised to see this person, the latter's laughter sounded. "From the looks of it, the 2 of you must have just entered the city. Are you here for the Lava Castle auction as well?" As soon as he finished speaking, the young man swaggered to the side and sat down. He grinned as if he had a burden on his face. It seems like you know. Qin Yan flicked his finger and sent a teacup to the young man. The latter took it steadily and simply cupped his fists before saying, "My name is Luan Xing, and I've stayed in Lava Castle for several months. I might know a thing or two about the outer sect disciples. Unfortunately, I'm familiar with most of the items in this auction." After saying this, Wan Xing rubbed the teacup with her thumb as if she was waiting for something. Xiao Yan didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, a cloth bag filled with spirit stones appeared on the table. Almost instantly, the bag was placed into Wan Xing's storage ring, followed by a burst of laughter. "Ha, the two of you are really straightforward. May I know which item you are interested in this auction? Let's talk about the most important item." Xiao Yan spoke casually. Wan Xing immediately smiled awkwardly as if she had expected this. She glanced at the person beside her from the corner of her eyes and said softly, "The item you're looking for is very important. There are many people who have their eyes on the item you're talking about. Even those big families have cast their eyes on it. Are you sure you won't change it? I'm not interested in the rest." Only then did Wan Xing nod and say, "I won't hide it from you. I don't know much about the last item. I only know that it's a map of the Fire Banyan ruins." Map? Xiao Yan and Qin Yan immediately looked at each other. A map of the Fire Banyan ruins was equivalent to having the entire Fire Banyan clan in front of them. If they could get it, as if she'd seen through their thoughts, Wan Xing chuckled. Her lips parted slightly, and another bombshell fell into their ears. Moreover, this map is the only item that a source venerate brought out of the Fire Banyan ruins at a great cost. As for what secrets are on it, it's hard to say. Even with Xiao Yan's composure, he couldn't help but be tempted. The value of a map that a source venerate brought out at such a great cost was not difficult to imagine. This item was related to the entire Fire Banyan ruins. If anyone could get their hands on it, wouldn't they be able to keep all the ownerless treasures in the ruins? When Xiao Yan and Wan Xing arrived at the lava castle, Xiao Xian, who had been in seclusion for a year in the ancestral temple of the Xiao clan, finally opened his eyes. In an instant, endless sword intent shot out from his eyes. The boundless energy of heaven and earth in the secret room immediately became restless, and a powerful aura rapidly rose in Xiao Xian's body. His robes fluttered, and his sword intent was overflowing. After a long time, his body suddenly stood up. The moment he raised his head, an invisible sword condensed and formed in the whirlwind above his head. Immediately after, it soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Almost at the same time, an astonishing aura spread throughout the Xiao clan. Several figures moved one after another in the clan. In the blink of an eye, a group of Xiao clan's higher-ups, led by Xiao Yuheng, appeared in the sky above the ancestral temple. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the energy light pillar that reached the sky. This aura. It's Xiao Xian. This guy, he actually broke through to the source venerate. A few hoarse voices came from their throats. Xiao Dingtian and the others were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the astonishing scene before them. The first elder beside the clan leader couldn't help but take a deep breath. He already had this suspicion half a year ago, but he didn't expect Xiao Xian to really reach this step in a year's time. It was truly shocking. Buzz. Almost at the same time that Xiao Xian broke through, outside the Xiao clan, in the towering black tower in the middle of Shuyang City, a soaring aura suddenly swept out. A pair of eyes that had been closed for many years slowly opened. It was the second elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yitian. Ouyang clan. On Yin Peak, Ouyang Yu's figure stood upright as he looked in the direction of the Xiao clan. Even you were alarmed by Xiao Xian's breakthrough. But that's fine. I'll use this opportunity to determine the victor between you and me. In Tianyang City, a pair of closed golden eyes couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He slowly looked in the direction of the Xiao clan. After pondering for a while, he opened his mouth slightly. Almost at the same time, a bell-like sound reverberated within the Shao clan and resounded in the ears of everyone in the Shao clan. Clan leader Shao Yuheng, listen to my orders. From now on, the Shao clan will abolish the positions of the 3 inner chambers. Shao Xian will lead the inner chambers and be in charge of everything. Chapter 1496. The old voice that was filled with dignity reverberated endlessly within the Shao clan. The expressions of everyone in the clan changed at this moment. In the sky, Shao Yuheng was also shocked by this sudden turn of events. He quickly regained his senses and scanned the sky. When he did not see any figure, he bowed respectfully and said in an especially respectful tone, "Senior brother, I'm sorry, senior brother." Clan head, Shao Yuheng accepts the order. Even the ancestor has been alerted. The few people beside Shao Yuheng naturally did not dare to slack off when Shao Yuheng revealed such an attitude. Soft exclamations were emitted from their mouths as they bowed. At this moment, Shao Dingtian's heart trembled violently. His old face instantly turned deathly pale. His body twitched and swayed as though he had aged by 100 years in the blink of an eye. The other 2 beside him, Shao Jinghong and Shao Gan, also had pale expressions at this moment. The ancestor had personally issued an order and it could be considered as a done deal. They should also understand that from now on, the Shao Dingtian trio's faction was no longer in power. Lava Castle. Due to the fact that there were still over 10 days before the auction, Shao Yan and Shao Yuheng unhurriedly stayed in the city. While they rested, they once again heard some news regarding the auction. However, most of it was the same as what Wan Xing had said. There were even quite a number of people who acted in the same manner as Wan Xing when they spoke of the news that they knew. It was likely that quite a number of people in the city had heard of this news from him. Shao Yan did not probe any further after cutting off the source of information. Since it was useless, it was better to spend his time on training. Using the remaining scarlet pearls in his hand, Shao Yan completely refined and absorbed them in the days before the auction. However, he did not know if it was because he had just made a breakthrough or because he had absorbed too much lava energy, but the result when he tried to absorb the scarlet pearls in his current state was not very pleasant. Dawn was about to break. A dark red glow spread over the sky of the city, causing it to appear as though it was dusk. Streams of people flowed in all directions on the streets, and the shadows of many powers of the Central Territory had already appeared amongst them. There was no lack of hidden sects that usually kept a low profile but possessed deep resources and reserves. Of course, there were also some formidable experts of the senior generation. An auction was able to draw out these experts that were usually unknown, and it was sufficient to show its success. Or perhaps, this was sufficient to prove the value of the map of the Fire Banyan ruins. The interior of the Lava Castle city was divided into 3 districts. The factions of the various sects were mainly located in the back of the city. The front half of the city was divided into 2 districts, the left and right. The location of the Lava Castle auction this time around was located in the right district. That district had already been occupied by various factions half a month ago. Hence, when Shao Yan and Shuang arrived, they could only see a river of densely packed human heads on the streets. The bustling noise soared into the sky and finally turned into a terrifying sound wave that swept across. Shao Yan and Li Wuyo flashed to a building one after another and looked up. At the end of their line of sight, there was a huge auction house that was crouching on the ground like a giant beast. The 2 of them were about to fly forward, but in the next moment, a shadow flew over their heads. They looked over and saw a group of figures in luxurious clothes. It seemed to be a team of a certain force in the Central Territory. That's Ouyang Miao. Even the Ouyang clan's people have been attracted here. Shao Yan was a little surprised when he saw the leader of the group. Qin Yan by the side also raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be surprised that Shao Yan was actually related to the Ouyang clan in the middle region. He hesitated for a moment before inquiring. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Since you know him, why don't we go over and say hello?" Hearing this, Shao Yan hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. No need. Since he's leading a team here, he must have a mission. It's not appropriate to greet him at this time. Shao Yan's voice had just sounded when his eyes, which were looking at Ouyang Miao's group, suddenly turned. A white-clothed young man flew over from the empty space beside him. After which, he stood a short distance away from Ouyang Miao's group. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually turned cold as he stared at the white-clothed young man who had suddenly appeared. Bai Zijing, you're here too. At this moment, the one who blocked Ouyang Miao's team was Bai Zijing from the Bai clan, who Xiao Yan had a dangerous battle in the Fire Banyan Forest. In this case, 2 of the 3 major families in the Central Territory have already arrived at this auction. What about the Xiao clan? Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan could not help but ponder to himself. If the map at the auction could attract the attention of these 2 families, the Xiao clan should have taken action. However, what Xiao Yan did not expect was that the Xiao clan had indeed prepared to send people here. Moreover, it was Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Siyu. However, after Xiao Xiaojun handed over the Fire Banyan token to Xiao Yan, they chose to give up. Now that Xiao Yan was here, it could be considered as representing the Xiao clan. After meeting the people from the 2 large clans, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan ceased procrastinating. They mingled with the many strong people in the sky and swarmed into the entrance of the auction house in front of the street. After following the path in the middle and passing through a couple of turns, they paid a large sum of spirit stones and finally entered the viewing gallery of the auction house. Xiao Yan's gaze scanned his surroundings after entering the auction house. He could sense quite a number of deep qis in the dark corners around the viewing gallery. Other than that, there were also guards wearing the uniform of the lava castle around the auction stage below. The sharp weapons in their hands contained a cold glint that forced back quite a number of people who were near the auction stage. On the stage, a few elders from Lava Fort stood with their hands behind their backs. The powerful auras that emanated from their bodies caused many people in the auction house to feel a sense of oppression. It was a long while later when everyone entered the auction stage. An old man wearing a purple robe had appeared on the auction stage at an unknown time. Soon after, a clear gong sound reverberated throughout the entire auction ground, swiftly extinguishing the clamor in the auction ground. When the sound of the bell slowly dissipated, the purple-robed old man on the stage waved his sleeve gently, and a disc array appeared in the air. After a series of complicated seals, the disc array flashed and a golden light spread until it covered the entire auction stage. TSK. They actually let an advanced array master hold the fort. The lava fort has really put in a lot of effort for this auction. Xiao Yan involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the situation in the arena. His gaze swept over the entire place and immediately let out a laugh. He turned his gaze around and his eyes carried a hopeful expression as he looked at the purple-robed old man who was strolling to the front of the stage. After waiting for so many days, the curtain on the mysterious map that had caused many factions to become restless was finally about to be drawn. Chapter 1497. Haha, everyone, I am Zi Yun. I believe that many of you who have traveled the plains will recognize me. Today, the lava castle will be holding an auction, and I will be the auctioneer to introduce the auction items to everyone. The purple-robed elder stood in front of the stage and looked at the bustling crowd with a smile on his face. His gaze slowly swept across the entire place. When his gaze passed by a certain spot near the auction stage, he paused for a moment. Then, he cupped his fists politely to the crowd and returned to the center of the auction stage in a flash. At the same time, the other lava fort elders beside him stood in a few spots and blocked the auction stage behind them in the most secure positions. For 5-star origin ancestors and a 7-star origin ancestor level array master. The foundation of this lava castle is really not bad. No wonder they can become the overlord of the flowing fire plains. After a simple investigation, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his spiritual strength. He could not help but exclaim softly. To be able to produce so many origin ancestor level experts in one go, they could be considered a second-tier faction in the entire central region. Moreover, from the looks of it, the head of the lava castle had yet to appear. It was likely that the experts of that status had already reached an even higher level. When he thought of this, even with Xiao Yan's current knowledge, he could not help but gently inhale a breath of cold air. The central region was indeed filled with experts. Putting aside the lava castle, there were at least 30 origin ancestor level experts among the people present. There were even a few mysterious auras among the few factions near the auction stage that even he could not detect. Given Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, he could not detect the foundation of these experts. Who else could it be other than an origin ancestor level expert? While Xiao Yan was secretly shocked, Ziyun on the stage chuckled. After the expectant cheers from below the stage died down, he smiled and raised his hand. He slowly brushed it across the empty space in front of him. Following which, there was a distortion and an exquisitely crafted jade box appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Haha, next, let's welcome the appetizer of today's auction, a scroll of sound wave do techniques. When the jade box was opened, a scroll made of scarlet jade appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Sound wave do techniques have always been known as crafty. This do technique is even more so. Once it is used, it has the effect of boiling one's blood and forcing the opponent to be distracted. When facing an enemy, it can be used to unleash a miraculous ability. It is especially suitable for fighting those above one's level. As long as one has this do technique, they will be able to fight even if they are 2 stars apart. Old man Ziyun's words had exaggerated this do technique to the point that it was somewhat extraordinary. Everyone present had been in battle for a long time and would naturally not commit such a foolish mistake just because of these words. However, this sound wave do technique was a rare thing. This was especially the case for such a high-class do technique. Therefore, quite a number of people present had taken a fancy to it at first glance. Subsequently, an intense bidding could not be avoided. This first auction item was priced at 3 tier 7 medicinal pills or any item of the same value. This price caused even Xiao Yan to involuntarily shake his head when he saw it. It should be known that back then, he had only used 7 manifestation pills in order to fight for that random scroll of low-level do technique. It was really a little exaggerated to think that this random scroll of low-level do technique would actually have such a high price. However, even if this was the case, it did not affect the value of this scroll of do technique, which was known to be able to fight those of a higher level, in the eyes of those fanatical people. In the end, this first auction item was won by a hunchbacked old man in the front row with a price of nearly 2 million high-level spirit stones. With this first auction item having a good start, the following auction items naturally went on a high note. Among them, there were some high-class medicinal pills that could help raise one's cultivation. There were even some obscure ancient pill formula scrolls. There were many that even Xiao Yan was extremely tempted when he saw them. After this, a few items that came from the ancient era's lost clan appeared on the stage. During this period, a fire banyan token was even taken out, causing the blood of the individual cultivators present to boil. On the other hand, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan did not think much of it. From the looks of the 4 lava fort deacons that they had met earlier, it was likely that the fire banyan token that they had auctioned off was not something that had been obtained through ordinary means. However, it must be said that if one were to talk about an auction where one could truly obtain treasures, it would only be held in such a remote place. If it was at another place and some treasures were taken out, it was likely that it would not attract trouble from the original factions. After a few rounds, Qin Yan, who was beside him, had also obtained a scroll of secret technique that was quite compatible with him after a few consecutive bids. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had bid a few times but returned resentfully. This also caused the former to sneer. When the latter saw this, he could only helplessly pout his mouth. Xiao Yan clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the items that were being fought over by various factions on the stage. His gaze followed the edge of the viewing platform and looked over. At this moment, an old man was standing up to bid. He was wearing a cloud brocade robe. From his actions, one could tell that this person definitely held a high position in the sect. However, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw the robe. People from the Celestial Cloud sect, they are actually interested in this kind of auction? The Celestial Cloud sect was under the jurisdiction of the Source sect and had a rather mysterious position in the mainland. Generally speaking, they would not be interested in ordinary auctions. Therefore, when he saw them now, Xiao Yan was even more surprised. Everyone, due to the fact that the next item is rather special, I believe that there will not be too many friends present who are interested in it. However, if you can obtain it, I believe that it will be extremely beneficial to the younger generation of the sect. Ziyun's laughter rang out in the auction hall again. At the same time, many people's gazes followed. This time, it was different from before. The two lava fort elders on the stage stepped forward and stood on both sides of Ziyun. The three of them made a move together. As the seals flew, the void in front of the three of them was gradually torn apart. The pitch-black void continuously distorted and vaguely formed a square cage. This is a space cage? What kind of item actually needs a space cage to contain? When they saw this move, even with everyone's experience, they could not help but cry out in surprise. Spatial cages were generally used by powerhouses to trap their enemies or store some special items. Ordinary powerhouses were naturally capable of doing so. However, it was somewhat inconceivable that three Origin sect powerhouses had come together just for a single spatial cage. When the space cage completely appeared before everyone's eyes, the item within caused the eyes of the experts present to shrink. At the back of the viewing platform, Xiao Yan was also staring intently at the item within the space cage, a fiery look gradually appearing on his face. Inside the space cage, there was a ball of alternating silver and black lightning that continuously squirmed. At the same time, it released bolts of lightning in an attempt to break through the space cage's seal. From the looks of it, this lightning ball was actually a living creature. I believe that many of you present recognize this item. This item is called Lightning Yuan and is formed from the power of endless lightning. It has already developed a trace of intelligence and originally existed in the endless void. It is a pet of the Void Lightning Beast clan and is an excellent cultivation treasure for lightning-type cultivators. Chapter 1498. Void Lightning Beast? Xiao Yan lifted his brows when he heard Ziyun's words from the stage. His mind involuntarily recalled the enormous beast he had met when he had first entered the Origin Martial Continent. Back then, Diu had told him that the Void Lightning Beast tribe specialized in controlling thunderbolt strength. Even their mastery of spatial strength was only below that of the Dragon tribe. It was unexpected that Lei Yuan, who was raised by the Lightning Beast tribe, would end up in this place. However, compared to this, the thing that really interested Xiao Yan was the enormous lightning strength that was contained within the Lei Yuan. After all, he had some understanding of this thing. From a certain point of view, the Lei Yuan, which had just gained an intelligence, was similar to the 9 mysterious golden lightning that he had encountered back then. It had grown and accumulated for many years in the endless void in order to be nurtured into its current form. Moreover, this was something that was reared by the Void Lightning Beast tribe. The lightning strength within it was likely extraordinary. If Xiao Yan could obtain it, it was likely that the Northern King's strength would be able to greatly increase. On the auction stage, Ziyun's somewhat golden eyes slowly swept across the entire place. He immediately nodded with satisfaction when he saw the heated gazes of some of the experts present. After which, he softly laughed and said, "Haha, this Lei Yuan is something that we have coincidentally obtained." Back then, a Source Zone level elder from the lava castle had fallen in order to capture this thing. Its value cannot be easily estimated. Therefore, if anyone is interested, you can bid a high price for it. Ziyun had roamed the continent for many years and had some idea of the value of Lei Yuan. However, if he were to simply set a price, it would be equivalent to drawing an equal sign on the value of Lei Yuan. Once there was a limit to everything, it was destined that it would be difficult to escape. Hence, throwing the price back to the guests on the viewing platform would instead magnify the value of Lei Yuan in their hearts. Although Ziyun's method on the stage was an open scheme, the crowd below the stage would not fall into a frenzy because of it. Not long after his words sounded, a somewhat mocking laughter sounded in the auction ground. "I bid 50 high-grade spirit stones." The moment these words were spoken, the crowd, who were not interested in Lei Yuan, immediately burst into laughter. However, the former did not seem to mind. He smiled and said, "Friend, this person is very familiar with Lei Yuan. This friend, I believe that you are well aware of the value of Lei Yuan. If no one here is able to offer a price that is comparable to it, this old man will take it back on behalf of the auction house." I hope that everyone can be respectful." After these words were spoken, more than half of the laughter in the auction ground immediately disappeared. The person who had bid earlier also sat back down somewhat awkwardly. The atmosphere in the auction ground also became silent for a moment. Naturally, there were many people who were tempted by the lei yuan on the stage. However, those who could truly make use of it, other than the experts who specialized in the lightning attribute, did not have much confidence in refining it. Moreover, as Ziyun had said, everyone knew the value of the lei yuan. However, everyone present today was here for the fire banyan relic. If they were to lose money at this moment, wouldn't it be the same as giving up on the treasure related to the fire banyan relic? Therefore, those who were truly interested in lightning yuan were probably only a handful of lightning-attributed cultivators. After a long while, Ziyun's gaze scanned the auction ground. Seeing that no one had made a move, he became slightly anxious. His fingers gently patted his sleeves and his gaze constantly swept the auction ground, hoping that someone would bid as soon as possible. In the stands, at this moment, Xiao Yan was also rubbing his palms and calculating in his heart. Then, he opened his mouth slightly. Just as he was about to bid, suddenly, in the huge auction ground, there was a loud voice. "I bid 400 high-grade spirit stones." A deep and loud voice reverberated in the field. Everyone's gaze followed the voice and saw a tall and sturdy man staring at Lei Yuan in the field with a determined smile on his face. He had deliberately waited for this moment to test if there was anyone else who was interested in competing with him. As long as no one else made a bid, Lei Yuan would be in his pocket. "I bid 500 high-grade spirit stones." "I bid 700 high-grade spirit stones." However, the burly man's bid seemed to ignite the flames in everyone's hearts. The other two figures in the stands, who had been silent for a long time, finally slowly stood up and made their bids. This caused the burly man's expression to immediately turn ugly. In a short period of time, the price of Lei Yuan had been raised to the sky-high price of 2,000 high-grade spirit stones by the three bidders. On the auction stage, the smile on Ziyun's face grew even wider. Evidently, this price had already exceeded their expectations. However, just as the three of them were shouting their bids, a low and deep voice suddenly resounded like a thunderclap from the spectator stands behind them. "I bid 5 high-grade spirit stones." As the voice rang out, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. However, all they could see was a blurry figure. After all, as a source sect practitioner, if he wanted to conceal his appearance, he naturally had countless methods to do so. At the front of the viewing platform, Yangmiao and Bai Zijing unconsciously furrowed their brows. Although the voice had changed a little, it still sounded a little familiar to their ears. However, they were unable to identify who it was at this moment. After Xiao Yan made his bid, no one on the auction stage was able to catch up. 5 high-grade spirit stones. This price could be described as extravagant no matter where it was placed. Among the people present, other than the people from the various factions, no one else could take out so many high-grade spirit stones in one go. Therefore, as long as it was not one of those factions, no one dared to compete with him. Congratulations to this mister. You have obtained this Lei Yuan with only 5 high-grade spirit stones. On the stage, Ziyun smiled as he caught the 5 high-grade spirit stones that Xiao Yan had tossed over. Then, he placed the Lei Yuan in front of Xiao Yan. "Mister, if this space prison loses our reinforcement, it will disperse on its own in half a day. At that time, it will be up to you." Ziyun gave a simple reminder. Now that he had obtained the spirit stones, Ziyun naturally did not care about the whereabouts of the Lei Yuan. However, just as he spoke, he was shocked to see a pitch-black curtain quietly gather in front of Xiao Yan. Then, it swallowed the Lei Yuan. "Is that the Void Dao?" Seeing this scene, shock flashed across the old man's eyes. Fortunately, he was not an inexperienced person. He quickly sorted out his emotions and focused his attention on the next auction item. After this Lei Yuan, the emotions of everyone in the auction hall were still high. However, Xiao Yan, who was at the back, had already lost his interest. Following the successful completion of numerous rare items in the outside world, a couple of hours unknowingly passed amidst this noise. The countless number of heated gazes in the auction hall stared intently at Zi Yun on the auction stage. On the other hand, those factions in the front row could not help but frown. More than half of the auction items had been sold, but the mysterious map that was related to the fire banyan remains had yet to appear. At a certain moment, Zi Yun's figure on the stage gradually disappeared, and a green-faced old man in a red robe strangely appeared beside him. At the same time, the atmosphere in the field became somewhat solemn in an instant. Oh! Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Xiao Yan, who was resting with his eyes closed at the back of the stands, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze immediately fell on the figure in front of him. Then, his eyebrows twitched as he whispered in surprise. A source venerable expert. Looks like it's time for the main event. Xiao Yan's figure stood tall as he muttered to himself. At the same time, a hoarse voice slowly sounded from the green-faced old man's mouth. Hee, I am the green-faced Zhua, the second in command of Lava Castle. Next, I will be auctioning the last auction item of this trade fair. As his laughter faded, the green-faced Zhua casually made a grabbing motion. The space in front of him immediately distorted, and a slightly wrinkled scarlet parchment appeared in front of the crowd. Chapter 1499. In the auction area, the gazes of everyone instantly locked onto the parchment the moment it appeared, while the Genesis Chi in several experts' bodies subconsciously began to circulate. On the stage, a slight cold snort was emitted from the nose of the green-faced man. At the same time, a terrifying aura and pressure spread out from his body, causing those fellows who had fantasies in their hearts to instantly dispel the thoughts in their hearts. Even the few people seated in the front row also frowned slightly. Everyone, although the auction has already reached such a stage, this old man will advise everyone to remain calm. At the end of the day, this is only an auction item, and you cannot bet your entire fortune on it. The enormous auction ground was completely silent after the green-faced man's words, which contained a sinister intent. At this moment, even some of the more arrogant individuals could not help but feel fear surging into their eyes when they looked at the green-faced man's face. In the end, he is a Genesis Venerate expert. In the face of absolute power, no matter what kind of person one is, one can only willingly lower their head. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head when he sensed the shocking aura and pressure from the green-faced Zhua. Just his strength alone was able to intimidate these powerful people who roamed the continent. And Yuan Zun expert was indeed powerful. I believe that everyone has seen it. This item is a map left behind by a Genesis Venerate expert. After verification by the upper echelons of my lava castle, we can confirm that this map is the map of the Huabanyan Ruins Limestone Valley. The handsome man grinned when he saw that he had achieved his goal. The chilling look in his eyes from a moment ago had completely vanished, and his words instantly caused the crowd to boil with excitement. Limestone Valley's map? That's the core area of the Huabanyan Ruins. If we have this map, wouldn't it be equivalent to holding all the treasures of the entire Limestone Valley in our hands? With this map, wouldn't the things left behind by the Huabanyan race be ours? Burning gazes stared intently at the map. No one present was an ordinary individual. They were well aware of how powerful the Huabanyan race used to be, and the Limestone Valley was once the core area of the Huabanyan race. There were countless treasures inside. Although it had been destroyed after several battles, the dangers inside were still unbearable. Even a Genesis Venerate expert would not be able to survive if they accidentally entered a trap or a ray. Rumor had it that those who survived had even obtained a Saint-tier cultivation method and created a generation of strong cultivators. Even though everyone knew about the dangers of the fire banyan relic, it would still attract countless greedy gazes. Thus, when the map appeared, everyone present already knew the meaning of this item. The owner of this map wants to use it to exchange for some elixirs or secret treasures that can increase one's cultivation. As for the value, the lava fort will assess it. As for the quantity, it will depend on everyone. The handsome man smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he spoke in a serious tone. The bidding will now begin. Everyone, please. In the auction house, there were clearly quite a number of elite practitioners who had specially come for the Stony Cliff Valley map. Not long after the green-faced Zhuo's laughter stopped, an old man dressed in a blazing robe, who was near the auction stage, suddenly spoke out. 3 high-grade 7th-grade flame sacrifice pills and 4 mid-grade 7th-grade earth abyss heart-shattering pills. 5. As soon as he finished speaking, the group from the Cloud Immortals sect also followed suit and placed their bids. Following that, the sound of bidding continued to ring out in the auction house. In a short period of time, the atmosphere in the auction house had become extremely tense. The price of the auction continued to soar, quickly reaching the level of more than 10 level 7 elixirs. There were even people who took out extremely rare cultivation methods. This secret technique was different from ordinary secret techniques that could raise one's strength. Once used, it would increase the circulation speed of one's qi for a period of time, while simultaneously manipulating the surrounding genesis qi, greatly benefiting one's normal cultivation. The biggest advantage of this secret technique was that it could be used repeatedly. Hence, such a secret technique was extremely rare on the continent, and even the super factions might not be able to take out more than a few scrolls. Who would have thought that it would appear in this auction? Xiao Yan's heart was slightly moved when he heard the numerous intense sounds of bidding from behind the viewing gallery. His finger gently rubbed the storage ring on his finger. After a moment of deep thought in his heart, he finally sighed, shook his head, and chose to give up. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He intended to use the remaining top-grade spirit stones to help Lian, or improve her strength. As for the map, not to mention that there were still several forces present who had not made a move yet, even if he really managed to snatch it, he was afraid that he would only get a hot potato. The gains would not make up for the losses. 10 top-grade spirit stones. While this thought was lingering in Xiao Yan's heart, a young man in front of the viewing gallery slowly stood up. His calm voice instantly suppressed the intense sounds of bidding. Xiao Yan's expression paused slightly. He followed the human figure and looked over. It was actually Ouyang Miao, who had not made a move. At this moment, he was casually scanning the crowd. His main goal in leading the team to the lava castle was this map. Now that he had made a move, he naturally wanted to intimidate the crowd. 10 top-grade spirit stones. Even some of the small clans present might not be able to fork out such a price even if they emptied all their assets. As for the other second-rate factions, after discovering that the bidder was from the Ouyang clan, they hesitated for a moment before resentfully returning to their seats. The Ouyang clan was one of the 3 great clans of the central region, and the leader of the 3 clans. With their appearance, who would dare to go against them? 10 top-grade spirit stones and 5 fire banyan branches. But immediately after, another young man in white slowly stood up and made a bid, causing an uproar among the crowd. Ouyang Miao frowned slightly and looked over without hesitation. The only one who could compete with him was naturally the person from the Bai clan. Bai Zijing, Tantan snorted coldly. Ouyang Miao calmly raised the price again, but the latter was not willing to be outdone. In the end, Ouyang Miao frowned deeply. The price had increased to nearly 40 top-grade spirit stones, which was the limit he could afford now. If Bai Zijing did not stop now, it would be difficult to deal with him. Humph. As if seeing Ouyang Miao's predicament, Bai Zijing did not hesitate to bid again. Then, under Ouyang Miao's slightly gloomy gaze, he successfully obtained the Limestone Valley map with 20 top-grade spirit stones, 15 fire banyan branches, and 2 high-grade 7th-grade wind transformation pills. Chapter 1500. Xiao Yan and Qin Yan walked out of the auction ground one after another after the auction ended. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile when he saw Bai Zijing swiftly flying past in the sky above his head and the many experts who were staring at him from all over the sky. This Bai Zijing was indeed bold and arrogant. He had forcefully obtained the map of the Limestone Valley in front of so many experts. However, it was likely that his future path would not be so easy. Just as the two of them were walking along the street, Xiao Yan's eyebrows suddenly furrowed slightly. He exchanged a look with Qin Yan beside him, before glancing back from the corner of his eye. There seemed to be a few obscure gazes staring at them from a dark corner of the auction house. With his outstanding spiritual perception, Xiao Yan clearly discovered that there were a few powerful auras secretly following them from the other side of the buildings around them. This lava castle is truly vicious. Qin Yan also seemed to have sensed something as he muttered to himself, while his gaze swept behind him. Looks like they do not intend to be pure merchants. Xiao Yan laughed coldly. The moment he raised his eyes, an icy cold killing intent appeared in them. His foot, which he had taken a step forward, suddenly landed on the ground. A ferocious aura immediately swept out from his body. In an instant, the expressions of the experts from the lava castle, who were hidden in the dark, changed. If there is anyone who is not afraid of death, feel free to follow. Xiao Yan's gaze swept towards a certain shadowy corner of the building beside him. His gaze was filled with cold murderous intent, causing a chill to rise in the hearts of the people in the dark. Soon after, the surrounding auras that were hidden in the dark swiftly scattered. The lava castle had dominated the flowing fire plains for many years, and naturally knew who they could not afford to offend. Although from the aura just now, this unknown brat only had the cultivation of a 4-star origin ancestor, the murderous aura from his body was definitely not something that an ordinary person possessed. It was something that had been obtained through countless bloody battles, where he had risked his life in exchange for it. This kind of person was the kind that could not be offended. After getting rid of these troubles, the two of them walked out of the lava castle. The fire banyan ruins were located in the deepest part of the plains, and even the lava castle was only close to it. If they really wanted to reach the entrance of the fire banyan ruins, it would likely take about a month's journey. After exiting the lava castle, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan stood in the air above a mountain forest. I'm afraid that we will have to split up for the rest of the journey. Brother Qin, let's part ways here. If there is a chance, let's meet at the fire banyan ruins. Xiao Yan cupped his fist towards Qin Yan as he slowly smiled Qin Yan. Upon hearing this, the latter could not help but be puzzled. Brother, are you going alone? I still have some matters to settle. Before that, it is inconvenient for me to travel with you. Xiao Yan's pair of pitch-black eyes were like an ancient well without ripples. Although Qin Yan was a little surprised, he still nodded heavily after hesitating for a moment. They were not going to travel together on the flowing fire plains. Moreover, Xiao Yan had saved him halfway. At this moment, if he continued to delay, it was likely that he had the intention of deliberately pestering him. Hence, he did not say anything more. The two of them cupped their hands together, and Qin Yan left first after expressing his thanks. After watching Qin Yan disappear from his sight for a long time, Xiao Yan's eyebrows turned. His dense gaze glanced at the mountain forest behind him, and a chill surged in his eyes. Immediately, his body moved and he hurriedly rushed in another direction. Not long after, a few sonic booms sounded in the mountain forest below. 3 figures stood in the sky and looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left. They muttered to each other and quickly chased after him. Xiao clan. Outside Xiao City. In the distant horizon, 3 figures stood there. Beside Xiao Xian, a tall and well-built middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like swords as he stared at the imposing Ouyang Yu opposite him. Junior Xiao Xian greets second elder. Xiao Xian respectfully bowed slightly to the person beside him. This person was the second elder of Xiao clan, Xiao Etian, who had been in seclusion for many years in the Black Tower in Shuyang City. The latter acted as if he did not hear Xiao Xian's actions. A pair of sharp eyes pointed directly at Ouyang Yu. Immediately, Xiao Xian cupped his hands together towards Ouyang Yu. The latter smiled warmly and his gaze returned to the middle-aged man opposite him. You have not come out for many years. Why can't you even speak? Humph, Xiao Etian snorted coldly. Only then did his gaze turn towards Xiao Xian and said indifferently, You are now in charge of the cabinet. There is no need for this. Hearing this, Xiao Xian muttered to himself. His gaze shifted back and forth between the two. He suddenly asked, Seniors, do you still have the heaven questioning pill? Heaven questioning pill? Ouyang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had thought of something. Immediately after, he shook his head and sighed. I did obtain one a few years ago, but I had already consumed it. Otherwise, I would not have my current cultivation. Speaking of which, I consumed it at the same time as this guy, but in the end, I was the first to become a source venerate. Hearing this, Xiao Xian's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, the two of them had already consumed the heaven-questioning pill. Just as he was lost in thought, Ouyang suddenly waved his hand. A shadow flashed in front of him, and a 1-meter-long sword appeared in front of Xiao Xian. Even Xiao Etian, who was standing majestically to the side, could not help but be moved by this scene. Thinking back, if not for this sword, he might not have been defeated by Ouyang. Also, this sword is for you. This sword is called Yulan. Before Ouyang finished speaking, Xiao Xian's eyebrows jumped. The Yulan sword was the sword of the Ouyang family's sword saint Yulan. The sword saint had once used this sword to force back 3 source venerates without being defeated. Now, it had appeared in front of him. The Yulan sword was once famous in the central region with me, but now, it is no longer suitable for me, Ouyang sighed in a somewhat lonely tone. He then looked at Xiao Etian and said in a serious tone, I've come today. Since I'm here today, it's time for us to settle this. Back then, I lost to you and went into seclusion for dozens of years. I wonder what the outcome of this battle will be. After a moment of tit for tat, the two of them were about to leave when Xiao Etian suddenly turned his head to Xiao Xian and said faintly, Xiao Xian, if you have the chance, make a trip to the northern region of the central region. There is a sword tomb in the extreme north that might be of help to you. Even Ouyang nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Back then, the two of them had broken through to the source venerate level 1 after another there. After that battle, their names had shaken the central region. Only after the two of them left did Xiao Xian receive the serene orchid sword in front of him with some disappointment. He could not help but be secretly surprised when he sensed the unrivaled sharpness of the sword. He had become famous in the central region. The serene orchid sword was truly extraordinary. When the auras of the two of them completely disappeared from this world, the calm space beside Xiao Xian slowly distorted, and the first elder's figure appeared. The first elder nodded slightly and looked at the distant horizon with a pair of turbid old eyes. He shook his head and said slowly, this is the end of the world. Sigh, in the end, such a day will still come. There will definitely be losses on this trip. Xiao Xian nodded silently. No one could make a decision on this kind of matter. Even they could only quietly watch from afar. By the way, what Xiao Etian said earlier was true. If you have the chance, make a trip to the northern region's sword tomb. I believe that it will be of great help to your strength and to consolidate your position in the clan in the future. At the same time, it will also be of great benefit to Xiao Yan. The first elder reminded Xiao Xian again after he came back to his senses. The latter took a deep breath and thought of Xiao Yan in his heart. Then, he nodded heavily. Chapter 1501. A couple of days later, Xiao Yan, who had been wildly hurrying along the flowing fire plains, finally landed on a barren, red-colored rock peak. He turned his head and saw 3 auras swiftly chasing over from the edge of his sight. From the looks of it, they would arrive at this place within a short while. These fellows really refused to give up on their evil intentions. Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly when he sensed the 3 auras. The thoughts in his heart quickly changed. After which, he waved his hand and the dark black tent in front of him swiftly agglomerated. Soon after, it gradually agglomerated into a square-shaped cage under his control. The space within it was torn apart and a cluster of wild and violent lightning yuan appeared. When Lei Yuan was exposed, the 3 people in the distance who were swiftly chasing over also discovered it at the same time. Immediately, the speed at which they charged forward increased. Within a short couple of breaths, they had already appeared in the empty space less than 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Yan. There were 3 people who had arrived. One of them was a strong man while the other 2 were old men. Their strengths were around that of a 5-star Yuan Zun. Xiao Yan was able to recognize these 3 people at a glance. They were the ones who had bid for Lei Yuan during the auction at the Lava Castle a couple of days ago. Moreover, these 3 people were lightning affinity experts. It was unexpected that they would follow him all the way here after leaving the lava castle. Hee, after chasing for a few days, you finally stopped. Among the three of them, a relatively short old man spoke slowly. His tone was rather awe-inspiring. Little friend, this old man can sense that your aura is incomparably blazing. You should be a cultivator of the fire attribute. The value of this thunder yuan will be greatly reduced if it falls into your hands. Why don't you give it to us? This old man has some medicinal pills that can help cultivators of the fire attribute. At most, I will give it to you. The other old man appeared to be a little more courteous. However, that pair of eyes revealed a greed that caused Xiao Yan to curl his mouth and laugh. Sorry, I don't want to give the lightning yuan to others. Does that mean we can't come to an agreement? The burly man sneered in a deep voice. He looked at Xiao Yan with a particularly vicious expression as a murderous intent spread. Brat, the three of us have been chasing you for a few days. We've already given you a chance. Since you're unwilling, don't blame us for being ruthless. Genesis Chi erupted from the trio's bodies. Given their strength, they were naturally able to tell that the person before them was merely a 4-star Genesis ancestor. Such a cultivation level might be extraordinary amongst the younger generation, but against the three of them, the former had absolutely no chance of victory. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw the three of them revealing such an attitude. He coldly laughed. Sirs, the three of you teamed up against me. Even if you win, there's only one thunder yuan. How should we split it? Don't think about how to drive a wedge between us. Hand over Lei Yuan as soon as possible, and we'll leave your corpse intact. That short, small, old man let out a sinister laugh in a hoarse voice. The three of them moved in unison and unceremoniously charged at Xiao Yan from all directions. Xiao Yan merely laughed coldly when he saw the three of them being unceremonious. A murderous intent surged within his smile. A thought passed through his heart and the space beside him flashed. The Northern King quickly appeared by his side. Immediately, Xiao Yan pressed the lightning yuan in his hand into the Northern King's body in front of the stunned eyes of the three of them. Brat, are you crazy? When they saw this crazy scene, the expressions of the three changed drastically. However, just as they were about to retreat, a frightening thunderbolt energy suddenly shot out from within the Northern King's body. The three of them were the first to be blasted back by 1,000 feet. When they steadied themselves and looked again, they saw that the puppet was wrapped in thunderbolt energy. Even they could not help but tremble in fear when they saw such a powerful force. This puppet can devour thunderbolt power. Damn it, this is going to be troublesome. Based on the power that the puppet has unleashed, it's likely comparable to an 8-star source sect. We've underestimated him. Upon seeing that Lei Yuan had already merged with the Northern King, the short old man and the other old man exchanged a look. After gauging the gap between the two parties, they decisively chose to retreat. Only the burly man stared at Xiao Yan with a sinister expression. His face twitched when he sensed the two rapidly retreating figures on his left and right. Humph, what a coward. This puppet is even more valuable than Lei Yuan. If we can kill that brat. Before he could finish cursing, the Northern King abruptly transformed into a thunderbolt under Xiao Yan's control and instantly closed in on the burly man. The burly man swiftly reacted, swiftly circulating his Genesis Chi to defend himself. However, he was still viciously sent flying by the Northern King's leg. By the time he came to a stop, half of his clothes had already been torn to shreds by the thunderbolt. The terrifying force of the blow numbed his entire body. Only then did he fully awaken. He hatefully gritted his teeth and swiftly fled. Upon seeing the trio swiftly leave, Xiao Yan let out a chuckle and summoned the Northern King back. There was not the slightest trace of worry on his face as he sensed the thunderbolt power wreaking havoc in the puppet's body. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The thunderbolt power contained within Lei Yuan is truly tremendous. In such a short period of time, the Northern King's strength has already reached the 8-star source ancestor stage. If he can completely absorb it, he should be able to advance to the 9-star source ancestor stage. As Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the Northern King's body, he discovered that while the Northern King's strength continued to rise, the number of scales covering his body had also increased. With the exception of his arms and 2 ribs, the rest of the Northern King's body was now covered in dragon scales. From the looks of it, it would not be long before his entire body was covered in dragon scales. Dragon scales were not only a symbol of status to the dragon clan, but also extremely powerful defensive properties. Take Xiao Yan's Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor for example. Even at his current cultivation level, the Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor's defensive power could not be underestimated. However, no one knew what strange things would happen once the Northern King's body was covered in dragon scales. After staying on the mountain peak for half a day, the berserk Lei Yuan within the Northern King's body gradually calmed down. At this point, the Northern King's strength was already nearing the intermediate 8-star Source Ancestor stage. The rest could only wait until he slowly absorbed it. After dealing with Lei Yuan, Xiao Yan's next target was naturally the Fire Banyan Ruins. Xiao Yan had been traveling in the opposite direction from Qin Yan for the past few days. It would not be easy to catch up to him in a short period of time. After a simple adjustment, Xiao Yan glanced at the scarlet sky in the depths of the plains. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground as his body charged forward. However, in the next instant, the sounds of battle suddenly rang out from the plains to his right. Amidst the intense battle, 2 indescribable auras caused Xiao Yan's expression to change slightly. Chapter 1502. Yellow winds swept across the vast scarlet plains, filling the air with a desolate aura that was faintly mixed with the smell of blood. Ch. Several whooshing sounds rang out in the air as 4 figures gathered together from different directions, ultimately forming an encirclement. Behind these 4, another gust of wind rang out as a 5th person swiftly charged out from their encirclement and landed on the ground. When he lifted his head, his gaze filled with mockery landed on the scarlet-haired man and woman opposite him. The latter 2 were currently covered in wounds of various sizes, and their auras had been reduced by more than half. They were clearly arrows at the end of their flight. While they were filled with anxiety in the face of the encirclement, there was also unwillingness and anger in their eyes. You still want to run at a time like this? Why don't you obediently give in and save this young master some effort? The young man looked at the 2 people in front of him with a relaxed expression. His slightly colorful gaze slowly swept across the young girl's delicate body. Then, his body flashed and instantly appeared in front of the young girl. He raised his hand and grabbed the young girl's face. "Bastard, stop right there." It was only when the young man made his move that the other man realized what was happening. He hurriedly circulated the little remaining Genesis chi in his body and blasted it towards the young man with all his might. However, the young man's methods were even more ruthless. A fair hand viciously grabbed the man's throat the moment he made his move. With a casual toss, the man's body was flung dozens of feet away like a broken sack before crashing heavily onto the ground. At the same time, the young man's hand firmly grasped the young girl's tender face as he slowly said, "I never imagined that there would be remnants of the Fire Banyan clan in this desolate flowing fire plains. What's even more unexpected is that there would be such a young girl in the Fire Banyan clan. It wouldn't be a bad choice to capture her and make her into a slave." The young man casually lifted the young girl and sized her up without pity, as if examining an object. Xiao Yan looked at the situation below from the distant mountain peak. A stunned expression flashed across his eyes. He immediately spoke in a cold voice. "I never thought that even you would come." By Ruoxuan. The young man lifting the young girl was the one who had tried to snatch the heavy Xian ruler from Bai Zijing's hands. He was also Bai Zijing's younger brother, the heir of the central regions by clan, Bai Ruoxuan. But since even he is here, does that mean? Xiao Yan's heart filled with surprise at the sight of Bai Ruoxuan, and he could not help but frown inside. After all, Bai Ruoxuan was accompanied by a Genesis Venerate expert who was constantly protecting him. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The man, who had been easily tossed aside by Bai Ruoxuan a moment ago, once again charged forward the moment Xiao Yan discovered Bai Ruoxuan. He squeezed out every trace of Genesis chi within his body and instantly appeared behind Bai Ruoxuan. Both of his hands were clenched into fists as he used all his strength to violently smash at Bai Ruoxuan's head. However, when faced with the killing intent that was right in front of him, not only did Bai Ruoxuan not dodge, he did not even have the intention to attack. With a ridiculing expression, he looked at the young woman in his hand. When the man's fist landed, a white light flashed in the air. In an instant, a figure appeared behind Bai Ruoxuan like a phantom. With a light wave of his sleeve, he sent the man flying. The person who had arrived was Bai Ruoxuan's guardian, a Genesis Venerate expert, Bai Rong. After sending the man flying, Bai Rong quickly turned towards Bai Ruoxuan and respectfully said, "Heir, our main goal is to rescue First Young Master. However, First Young Master is currently alone in the depths of the plains. If we continue to stay here, we will be in danger." "Hee, it's fine. Big Brother's methods are wondrous, and it's not his first day in the flowing fire plains. There's plenty of time, so it's fine if we're a little slower. What's more, we've captured 2 descendants of the Fire Banyan tribe." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxuan chuckled in a relaxed manner. He casually tossed the young girl towards a nearby Genesis zone and said, "Take care of these 2. It's best if you can bring them back alive. Since they've been able to survive in the flowing fire plains for so long, I believe that they should be very familiar with the Fire Banyan ruins." "Understood. When the time comes, they might even be able to help my clan obtain the Fire Banyan tribe's hidden treasure. When that happens, my Bai clan will be the leader of the 3 great clans." After dealing with the man and woman, the 2 origin zones nearby stepped forward and restrained one of them, preparing to tie them up. However, just as the 2 origin zones were about to make their move, the space beside them suddenly distorted in a strange manner. Soon after, it transformed into 2 pitch-black tents. A figure flashed within them, and the 2 Fire Banyan tribe members that were about to be captured were actually snatched away right in front of their faces. "Who are you?" At the same time, the old eyes of Bai Rong, who was standing beside Bai Ruoxuan, suddenly became sharp. His body flashed and quickly appeared at a certain spot in the sky. At the same time, an invisible tent suddenly appeared in the empty space on the opposite side. Soon after, Xiao Yan appeared in front of Bai Rong while carrying the man and woman from the Fire Banyan tribe. "It's you." Bai Rong immediately recognized the black-clothed figure opposite him. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and swung it at Xiao Yan's face as Genesis Chi surged from his palm. Xiao Yan, who had appeared, naturally did not dare to be careless. Moreover, his hand was carrying the unconscious man and woman from the Fire Banyan tribe. His heart felt extremely solemn. Immediately, he subconsciously maneuvered the great way of the empty space. His body leaned back while dodging Bai Rong's descending palm. With a flash, he swiftly appeared in the empty space 1,000 feet away. "Old man, it's best not to get angry so easily." Xiao Yan laughed coldly and mocked as he looked at the gloomy face of Bai Rong in the distant empty space. "Xiao Yan, so it's you." On the ground, Bai Ruoxuan also recognized the newcomer. A chilling look immediately appeared on his face as he coldly sneered. "I didn't get rid of you back then because of the Ouyang clan, but you still dare to appear in front of this young master. You really don't know what's good for you. If you're willing to fight one-on-one, I don't mind giving you the chance." Xiao Yan's gaze swiftly swept across Bai Rong and the few source zones below. Traces of Genesis Chi swiftly flowed through the meridians of the 2 Fire Banyan clan members. Soon after, a bright light swiftly flashed across his eyes as if he had discovered something. "Humph, one-on-one? Good, Elder Rong, finish him off." A voice filled with killing intent spread, and Bai Rong chuckled sinisterly. His old eyes were fixed on Xiao Yan as he grinned sinisterly. "My pleasure." Chapter 1503. Ch. Wrapped in Genesis Chi, the shriveled hand was as sharp as a blade as it easily cut through the air. Finally, it narrowly sliced through the air an inch away from Xiao Yan's face amidst an ear-piercing sonic boom. Even so, the sharp wind left behind a few bloody scars on Xiao Yan's face. Soon after, Bai Rong swung his other hand violently while Xiao Yan was withdrawing. A powerful energy pillar shot out explosively. Xiao Yan hurriedly summoned his heavenly flame to block it. At the same time, the dark black tent once again appeared behind him. The next moment, Xiao Yan's body swiftly disappeared into the tent amid a low, deep explosion. A sharp blood arrow also shot out from within and struck Bai Rong. The latter casually waved his hand, sending out an extremely cold snowflake. The blood arrow rapidly froze in midair before exploding with a loud bang. In the air 100 feet away, Xiao Yan appeared with a slightly pale face, his expression extremely grave. With Xiao Yan's current strength, other than dodging, he did not have any other way to parry the attacks of a source venerate. Even though he relied on the sky extinction steps and other agility techniques, as well as the void great path, to deal with most of Bai Rong's killing moves, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not be injured during the exchange. "Kid, you're pretty fast. You can be considered first-rate among those of the same cultivation level." Bai Rong frowned as he looked at Xiao Yan in the distance, the expression on his old face not looking too good. As a Genesis venerate, his attacks had been dodged by a Genesis ancestor junior time and time again. If news of this spread, he could not guarantee that he would not lose face. "You're too polite. Elder isn't too bad either. There aren't many people who can shamelessly attack a junior." Xiao Yan quickly swallowed a few pills as he sneered. "What a sharp tongue. When I capture you, I'll definitely pull out your teeth one by one. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn." Bai Rong's old face twitched slightly. Immediately, he let out a cold snort. His body flashed and transformed into a thunderbolt that once again charged furiously at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in his heart when he saw this. At the same time that he was preparing to withdraw, he quietly flipped his hand under his sleeve. A golden-colored formation plate landed in his hand. He had nearly used it in the fire banyan forest. Now that he had encountered Bai Rong, Xiao Yan had no choice but to test its power. Following this, Bai Rong appeared to have completely lost his patience after Xiao Yan dodged a couple of times. His forward-charging body suddenly paused as he stood in the empty air. His gaze focused on Xiao Yan as a low, deep, and somewhat hoarse voice was slowly spat out. "Kid, let's end the game here. This old man's patience is running out." The shriveled hand was violently clenched in the empty space in front of him. Immediately, the area around Xiao Yan, who was hundreds of feet away, was suddenly filled with ice crystals. The sudden drop in temperature caused the movement of Xiao Yan's body to immediately slow. Poof! With his body being sealed, Xiao Yan appeared to be unwilling to waste any more time. A thought passed through his mind and his spiritual strength covered his entire body. At the same time, he waved his hands and a surging flame rose between his palms. After which, he did not hesitate to heavily knead them together. As the flame shot out, a frightening energy swiftly gathered between Xiao Yan's palms. Even someone as experienced as Bai Rong could not help but raise his brows when he felt the frightening power in Xiao Yan's hands. "Kid, to think that a 4-star origin sect like you can use such a powerful Do skill. You do have some ability, but that's all there is to it." Bai Rong's body flashed a couple of times and appeared in front of Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner after his somewhat shocked voice sounded. He rotated his hand and surging Genesis chi immediately gushed out. It swiftly agglomerated into an almost substance-like handprint under his palm that violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's chest. Noisy, Xiao Yan's face was cold and stern as he watched the palm seal in front of him swiftly magnify in his eyes. The angry Buddha lotus flame that he had agglomerated with all his strength swiftly formed at this moment. Finally, it collided with the palm seal. Boom! A thunder-like roar suddenly exploded. The cold air that had gathered in the sky scattered in the blink of an eye amidst a dazzling light. Bai Rong's body remained unmoved within the light. The fighting strength that Xiao Yan had unleashed was indeed shocking. However, regardless of how one put it, he was ultimately just a Genesis sect. What you've brought you have indeed surprised this old man a lot, but if this is your trump card, then this old man advises you to surrender and not waste any more time. The white light gradually disappeared, revealing Bai Rong, who was standing majestically within it. Both of his hands were placed behind him. Regardless of how the energy waves swept over, they were unable to harm him even a little. Xiao Yan appeared quite miserable a couple of dozen feet in front of him. However, the smile that he carried on his face appeared a little strange. Since Senior is in the mood, this Junior will naturally accompany you. A cold chuckle rang out as the pitch-black tent condensed behind Xiao Yan once again. Bai Rong's figure flashed forward, his withered hand reaching for Xiao Yan's chest. However, the former had already disappeared into the darkness. A split second later, a glowing golden formation disc appeared where Xiao Yan had disappeared. It had been activated by spirit power and was rapidly spreading rays of golden light. By the time Bai Rong reacted, a towering formation had already taken shape around him. What? This sudden turn of events caused the expression on Bai Rong's face to change drastically. His gaze rapidly scanned his surroundings, only to find that there was no way out. After several attempts, the great formation remained completely still under the bombardment of Genesis Chi. Instead, golden light flowed around the great formation as the sound of gears turning slowly rang out. Several killing formations were slowly taking shape. This is the Shao clan's 8-directional purgatory. Bai Rong finally recognized this frightening killing formation in front of him, which possessed a fierce reputation within the middle region, the moment he saw those killing formations. A terrified expression immediately surfaced on his old face. His eyes turned and landed on Xiao Yan, who had appeared outside of the formation at this moment. You are from the Shao clan. The 8-directional purgatory formation was created by the Shao clan's experts. It combined a trapping formation and 8 killing formations that complemented each other. Once inside, even a high-level source venerate would have to pay a heavy price to break out. The Shao clan had previously used this formation to kill many experts who had violated their boundary. Now that the formation had landed on Bai Rong's body, even someone as strong as Bai Rong might not be able to survive. Boom boom boom, golden light spilled out from the killing formation as terrifying energy bombarded Bai Rong. Bai Rong was also forced to defend himself under the bombardment. From the looks of it, the killing formation wouldn't be able to take down Bai Rong in a short period of time. However, if the battle dragged on, there might be a chance to kill him. That means he won't be able to come out anytime soon. Without Bai Rong blocking him in front, Xiao Yan could be considered to have sighed in relief at this moment. The corner of his mouth was lifted into an ice-cold smile. His gaze slowly landed on the ugly expression of Bai Ruoxuan below. Chapter 1504. When Xiao Yan's gaze landed on Bai Ruoxuan's body, the latter's extremely dark gaze also locked onto the former's body. I never imagined that even Elder Rong would not be able to finish you off immediately, you wretched bastard. Bai Ruoxuan's heart was on the verge of spitting fire as the Genesis Chi in his body frantically surged. The words he spat out seemed to have been forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. Xiao Yan landed beside the man and woman from the Fire Banyan tribe on the ground. He randomly handed a medicinal pill to the both of them. After which, his gaze once again landed on Bai Ruoxuan. His face revealed a cold smile as he curled his hand in a provocative manner and coldly laughed. My bones are worthless. If you want my life, why don't you take it yourself? Upon seeing Xiao Yan's disdainful attitude, the anger in Bai Ruoxuan's eyes grew even stronger. Just as he was about to explode, Bai Rong, who was currently in the middle of the killing array, suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, Prince, hurry and leave this place. This child is definitely not someone ordinary. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid that you will be in danger. As the shout rang out, the other 4 origin ancestors standing around Bai Ruoxuan swiftly stepped forward to protect him. Words of advice continuously rang out in his ears, causing Bai Ruoxuan's expression to grow increasingly ugly. Elder Rong, do you really believe that I am inferior to a lowly brat? I have 5 Genesis sect elders here. Even if we drag things out, we will be able to drag him to death. A long while later, Bai Ruoxuan's low and furious roar suddenly rang out. A pair of scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Yan as he abruptly roared with murderous intent. Attack! Today, I will definitely grind his bones to dust and take back the heavenly dark buster sword and heavenly flame in his hands with interest. Bai Ruoxuan completely ignored the 4 people beside him as his furious voice rang out. His figure directly charged at Xiao Yan. Although the others wanted to stop him, the heir was still a powerhouse from the Source sect. After hesitating for a few breaths, they followed closely behind him and charged at Xiao Yan. Bai Rong, who was within the large formation in the sky, had no choice but to use all his strength to block the attack of the large formation despite the fury in his heart. His heart only hoped that these few people would be able to successfully kill Xiao Yan. Hugh, on the ground, Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that smelled of blood as he stared intently at the 5 people rushing towards him. 2 by Ruoxuan, 1 4-star Genesis sect elder, 2 6-star Genesis sect elders, and 2 8-star Genesis sect elders. This lineup could be said to be invincible below the Origin Venerate level. It would not be easy to deal with the attacks of these 5 people at the same time. Xiao Yan swallowed a few pills without hesitation. As he felt the gentle medicinal power rapidly spread throughout his body, his face seemed to become a little rosier. His thoughts quickly revolved as the heavenly flame on the surface of his body ignited. He then heavily stomped his foot on the ground and violently attacked by Ruoxuan, who was bearing the brunt of the attack. Bang! The two had only clashed once before Bai Ruoxuan was forcefully pushed back. Even though he had already experienced a battle, the power that Xiao Yan had unleashed still caused Bai Ruoxuan's expression to fluctuate. Ha! However, Xiao Yan did not show the slightest intention of stopping. While his footsteps moved, he continued to use the sky extinction steps. His body swiftly approached Bai Ruoxuan in a ghost-like manner. His fist danced and the heavenly flame flew as it violently smashed toward Bai Ruoxuan's face. Little brat, how dare you! At the same time that Bai Ruoxuan acted to block the attack, a 6-star Source Zone, who had hurried over from the side, hurriedly attacked. A sharp attack violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's neck. The latter coldly snorted. Light flashed from the storage ring on his finger just as the other party's hand was about to attack. A purplish-black figure immediately shot out. Vast and mighty thunder rumbled as lightning descended. A metal fist instantly smashed into the 6-star Genesis sect elder's chest. The terrifying force forcefully broke the pillar as the devastating lightning energy swept through the body. After which, a muffled bang sounded as the 6-star Genesis sect elder lost his life. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan once again separated from each other. Both of them retreated 1,000 feet. Flowing light flickered beside Xiao Yan as an 8-star Genesis sect elder rushed forward, but was quickly knocked away by the Northern King. As for the other 6-star Genesis sect elder, he flew to the side of the deceased. His expression wildly changed as he felt a wave of terror in his heart at Xiao Yan's methods. Humph! Attack! As long as one of you can delay that puppet, the 3 of us will be able to kill him. Bai Ruoxuan coldly glanced at the 6-star Genesis sect elder who had instantly turned into a corpse. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched, but the towering fury in his heart did not diminish. He ordered the other 8-star Genesis sect elder to charge forward, while he joined forces with the remaining 6-star Genesis sect elder and prepared to seize the opportunity to attack. Ha! A long roar was emitted from Xiao Yan's throat when he saw the 3 people charging forward. His body shook and 2 clusters of heavenly flames of different colors suddenly surfaced in his hands. A ferocious smile surged from the corner of his mouth. Soon after, both of his hands were violently clenched. The heavenly flame was unleashed and the aura of his body suddenly soared at this moment. Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Change. With a furious roar in his heart, another ball of fire was spat out from his mouth. The explosion instantly engulfed his entire body, and golden light began to glow on his body. As he swung his fist, his body rapidly grew, transforming into a giant Vajra god covered in flames in the blink of an eye, and he ferociously clashed with the 8-star Genesis sect elder. The 8-star Genesis sect elder's expression involuntarily changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's cultivation had risen to the level of a 6-star Genesis sect elder. Moreover, the eruption of battle power was much stronger than before. Even with the 8-star Genesis sect elder's cultivation, he still found it quite strenuous to exchange blows with Xiao Yan. This child cannot be allowed to live. Mid-intent rank Do technique, fiendish blood seal. The old man crossed his palms, and 2 bloody scars immediately appeared on his palms. As fresh blood gushed out, Genesis Chi poured into the scars, causing an extremely powerful aura to erupt. On the other side, Xiao Yan raised his hands to his chest as a series of seals rapidly flew out. From the looks of it, it was the Emperor Seal art. However, when he used it now, it was very different from when he fought Xiao Feng back then. There were a few more complicated seals. At the same time, the power contained within it had also risen to a whole new level. Universe Seal. This seal was unleashed. It was the 7th seal of the 8 God Seal seals, the first seal below the Shin class. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was likely that even an ordinary 9-star source sect would have to treat it seriously if he used his full strength. Bang! The 2 forces collided. In a short few breaths, the astonishing power shattered the fiendish blood seal, and even the 8-star Genesis sect elder was blasted back by 100 feet. Die! While the 8-star Genesis sect elder was being blasted back, the other 6-star Genesis sect elder in front of Xiao Yan suddenly charged forward. The giant blade in his hand was raised high into the air as he swung it down at Xiao Yan's head. If the latter attacked at this moment, even with Xiao Yan's current state, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would not be seriously injured. Don't you dare harm my master. Suddenly, a dry voice resounded like the voice of the underworld. The Northern King's body once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. A heavy whip kick poured all of its strength into the body of the 6-star source zone without holding back. With this strike, the 6-star source zone was sent flying. If nothing unexpected happened, it was likely that the 6-star source zone would end up seriously injured and on the verge of death. Soon after, Bai Ruoxuan, who had followed closely behind, was also captured by the Northern King with a single hand. On the other side, the 8-star source sect member who had been fighting with the Northern King was also crawling up from the ground with great difficulty. When he lifted his head, the remaining 3 simultaneously saw Bai Ruoxuan, who had been captured by the Northern King. Ugh, how can this be? Rong. Elder Rong, save me. Only at this moment did Bai Ruoxuan's horrified and inconsolable screams rang out from his mouth. High up in the sky, Bai Rong, who was currently dripping with blood in the killing formation, finally saw the scene on the ground once again. Immediately, his hoarse screams resounded through the world. Xiao Yan, if you dare to hurt him, my Bai clan will not rest until you are dead. Xiao Yan sneered when he heard this. The eyes under his golden body slowly lifted as he looked at Bai Rong in the sky and coldly said, "Even if I let him go now, there will be no room for reconciliation between us. Therefore, you should keep these words to yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's large hand slowly grabbed Bai Ruoxuan's head and gently exerted force. With a cracking sound, Bai Ruoxuan's body immediately convulsed violently. After convulsing, Bai Ruoxuan completely lost all signs of life. The ill-fated fate of time. Chapter 1505. Ah! Ah! An earth-shaking roar rang out from Bai Rong's mouth the instant Bai Ruoxuan died. The old man's turbid eyes instantly turned scarlet red. At this moment, he no longer cared about the terrifying power that was continuously bombarding his body. Instead, he frantically circulated the Genesis Chi in his body, gathering it into the vortex as he did his best to compress it. Bai Sheng, Bai Mia, stop this person. Even if I die today, I will kill you with my own hands. Ah! An extremely furious hoarse voice slowly echoed across the area. On the ground below, the 2 8-star origin sect experts nodded heavily upon hearing Bai Rong's order. Do Qi crazily surged out from their bodies as their figures rapidly flashed, appearing beside Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. The 2 surrounded the Northern King and Xiao Yan, who was using the giant elephant art. Clang! Ah! Next, a surging power suddenly unfurled from Bai Rong's body within the 8-directional purgatory formation in the sky. An astonishing explosion occurred, causing even the seal of the top-tier formation to involuntarily tremble. From the looks of it, Bai Rong would break out of the formation if this happened a few more times. Upon seeing this, the originally frowning expression of Xiao Yan instantly turned somewhat grave. With the help of a secret technique, the giant elephant art, and a high-class Do skill, he did indeed have the ability to push back an 8-star origin sect expert. However, he could only use such a method once. Given his opponent's cultivation, it would be difficult for even Xiao Yan to match them once they truly attacked. What's more, Bai Rong was about to break out of the formation seal. If this dragged on, Xiao Yan would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Xiao Yan's eyelids lowered slightly as thoughts rapidly spun in his head. Soon after, he looked past the person in front of him towards the 2 Fire Banyan tribe members, who had already recovered some of their strength. If he could borrow their strength, he might have a chance to escape from their hands. The giant elephant's skill slowly disappeared as a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. He quickly and heavily waved his hand. The heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand as the Genesis Qi in his body was swiftly circulated. The old man on the other side also took out his weapon upon seeing this. A biting cold aura spread as Genesis Qi was poured in. 7-layer heaven-breaking ruler. Xiao Yan was the first to make a move. As he roared in his heart, he waved the giant ruler in his hand. In the blink of an eye, several rays of light shot out, and the old man in front of him also brandished his weapon to meet them head-on. An instant later, the North King, who was behind Xiao Yan, suddenly turned around. At almost the same time, the other 8-star origin sect master swiftly attacked. His palm turned into a blade, and he viciously stabbed it at Xiao Yan's back. However, the latter had already expected this. The tent behind him swiftly formed, while the Northern King turned around and chased after the ruler light at full speed. He used the flame ruler light to block it and fiercely collided with the 8-star source sect master. As for the other 8-star source sect master, he narrowly missed Xiao Yan's disappearing figure. He hurriedly looked forward, only to see the old man's chest being heavily injured by the Northern King's punch. Fortunately, given the old man's strength, the punch was not enough to kill him. However, his rapidly paling face and the lightning power that continuously surged around his body showed how serious his injuries were. Bai Sheng. Damn it, we were tricked by that brat. I'll hold this bastard back. Bai Mia, quickly finish off that brat. No matter what, we can't let him escape. Bai Sheng turned his head and cried out sternly to Bai Mia. The latter hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heavily. His gaze swiftly swept in all directions. Soon after, he saw Xiao Yan, who had appeared beside the person from the Fire Banyan tribe. Immediately, he maneuvered his great Dao strength without any hesitation. A couple of thick rock walls swiftly agglomerated around his body. They appeared like numerous shields as they surrounded his 2 sides. The solemn feeling in his heart also quietly relaxed. Although Xiao Yan's cultivation could not be compared with them, the shocking fighting strength that he had displayed since the beginning caused even an experienced expert like him to no longer dare to treat Xiao Yan with an ordinary heart. If he was the slightest bit careless, it was likely that he would follow in the footsteps of the other 2. At the same time, Xiao Yan temporarily placed his attention on the 2 Fire Banyan tribe members beside him. He did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly asked. If the 2 of you want to leave this place alive, can you agree to my next request? At this moment, the 2 of them had consumed the medicinal pills Xiao Yan had given them and were much more clear-headed. However, when they heard these words, the 2 of them were immediately startled. There was some surprise on their faces. Even the dignified origin sect expert in front of them could not deal with an enemy, so what could the 2 of them do? However, before the 2 of them could ask any questions, they were stunned to see that Xiao Yan in front of them had opened his mouth and spat out 5 balls of powerful flames. The 2 of them were suddenly shocked. As they muttered in a low voice, Bai Mia, who was in the distance, also stared at them with an extremely gloomy expression. This brat, what is he trying to do? Seeing the 5 balls of heavenly flames slowly floating in front of Xiao Yan, Bai Mia's old face could not help but twitch violently. Previously, he had personally witnessed the power of the heavenly flames in Xiao Yan's hand. Now that Xiao Yan had summoned them again, a strong sense of uneasiness rapidly grew in his heart. We must not let him continue. At this very moment, this was the only thought that lingered in Bai Mie's heart. Lend me the heavenly flames in your bodies. After separating 5 heavenly flames in a row, Xiao Yan's face, which had just recovered a little, turned deathly pale once again. More than half of the Genesis Qi in his body had been consumed, and if not for the medicinal pills, even this step would have been extremely difficult. Even so, the 4 heavenly flames in his hand and a ball of mixed seed fire might not be enough to stop his opponent. Plop! Suddenly, another domineering ball of flame rose in front of Xiao Yan. Its scarlet-red exterior and the terrifying magma-like scarlet-red core made Xiao Yan recognize it with a single glance. It was the volcanic rock flame, ranked 17th on the heavenly flame list. As expected, although it's also a seed fire, it's much more powerful. It must have been directly separated from the origin fire, which means, a thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. Soon after, he sensed Bai Mie shooting over from the opposite side in a lightning-like manner. He let out a cold snort and decisively controlled the 6 clusters of flames in front of him to fly back. At the same time, he slammed his palms together and unceremoniously merged the volcanic rock flame with the 5 clusters of heavenly flames. Kid, stop! Screech! A piercing sound suddenly rang out as Bai Mie controlled the rock walls around him to smash at Xiao Yan. The latter dodged several times and quickly pulled away from him. Bai Mie watched as the struggling flames in Xiao Yan's palms gradually stabilized. The horror in his heart grew even stronger, and he did his best to raise his speed to the limit. Under the control of Bai Mie's mind, a couple of rock walls were swiftly formed. After a couple of shuttles, they blocked Xiao Yan's back and blocked his path of retreat. At the same time, rocks continued to form under Bai Mie's feet. Each step he took caused his forward charging speed to increase. After over a dozen breaths, the distance between him and Xiao Yan was only a couple of feet. Stop! Stop! Bai Mie stared at Xiao Yan, who was just a foot away. A cold smile finally appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, the rock in his palm quickly formed a heavy rock wall the size of a door. With a sweeping motion, it smashed heavily at Xiao Yan's palms. If this attack hit, once the flame dissipated, Xiao Yan would definitely be seriously injured. However, when the stone wall was still over 10 centimeters away from Xiao Yan's hands, Xiao Yan slowly raised his eyes. His dense, cold gaze looked directly at Bai Mie's eyes. As his palms opened and closed, a fire lotus that contained a scarlet color gently floated forward in front of Bai Mie's shocked eyes. Years of ill-fated fate. Chapter 1506. The world seemed to fall silent the moment the fire lotus flew out. Even the yellow wind seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, a dazzling white light shot out from the fire lotus. The lotus petals scattered, and with the flames mixed in, a seemingly solid energy spread out from white annihilation. Wherever it passed, space collapsed and the ground was incinerated by the flames. Boiling lava sprayed into the sky, and after a few breaths, a deafening explosion rang out. In the distance, the 2 people from the Fire Banyan tribe blocked behind the Northern King, who had swiftly appeared. Bai Sheng, on the other hand, used the pushing force of the energy to swiftly withdraw from the battleground after doing his best to block a wave of energy attack. Xiao Yan, who was in the middle, was heavily smashed against the rock wall behind him. The moment the rock crumbled, a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His body was sent flying 1,000 feet before smashing heavily onto the ground. The white light lasted for a long time. When the light dissipated, the surging lava had already filled everyone's eyes. As for white annihilation, the shattered rock in front of him was barely able to stand up, and the ground beneath his feet had not collapsed. It seemed that he had still managed to block Xiao Yan's all-out attack. An 8-star source sect master was so powerful. Even so, after being bombarded by the Buddha's fiery lotus at close range, white annihilation was like a lamp that had run out of oil. There was only a wisp of blood left in his nose, which proved how terrifying Xiao Yan's attack was. With the strength of a 4-star source zone, Xiao Yan had forcefully killed an 8-star source zone. Moreover, this had happened after a couple of big battles. Once news of this battle result spread, Xiaoyan's name would likely resound throughout the middle region within a short period of time. White annihilation, even you, at this moment, Baixing finally felt a deep sense of fear towards the black-robed young man. His body trembled as he slowly turned his head. His scarlet eyes stared at the black-robed man who was struggling to get up on the ground in the distance. Even though he knew that the black-robed man was an arrow at the end of its flight, Baixing's incomparable fear still made him not dare to step forward. No, he's too strong. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the 8-directional purgatory array that had sealed Bai Rong in the sky finally charged out after a series of frenzied attacks. His skin and flesh had split open, and his old face was as white as paper. If one were to take a closer look, one would find that he had become much skinnier and older, as though he was a skeleton wearing human skin. His aura had also rapidly declined, and it seemed that he had barely reached the level of an origin venerate. In order to break out of the purgatory's imprisonment, this fellow had actually used his own cultivation as the price, risking damaging his foundation to forcefully break out of the formation. Roar! A beast-like roar was immediately emitted from Bai Rong's throat as he charged out of the formation. His scarlet-red eyes swiftly locked onto Xiaoyan as his shriveled arms continuously waved about, forcefully enduring the intense pain of his meridian channels breaking as he forcefully circulated his Genesis Qi. With a jerk of his body, he arrived in front of Xiaoyan. After swaying for a while, he landed heavily on the ground. However, his gaze never left Xiaoyan's body. TSK. The space fluctuated violently as the North King charged forward. However, just as he was about to hit Bai Rong, the latter easily dodged his attack. At the same time, his withered palm landed heavily on the North King's body. The North King's steel-like bones shattered, and his body was smashed into the ground. At this moment, Xiaoyan was already at his wits' end. His mind was wildly spinning while Bai Rong raised his firewood-like hand. Genesis Qi agglomerated on his sharp fingertip, turning into a substance. After which, he aimed at Xiaoyan's head and suddenly pierced downwards. Die! These words were forced out from his throat. Bai Rong's entire body trembled uncontrollably due to his rage. However, in the next instant, just as the sharp finger was about to land between Xiaoyan's eyebrows, the ground under Xiaoyan's feet suddenly burst apart. The boiling hot magma swiftly dragged Xiaoyan's body downward like a living creature. At the same time, the Northern King and the 2 people from the Fire Banyan tribe were swiftly swallowed by the magma due to this unexpected change. Their auras disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! Who is it? Come out! His only chance to kill Xiaoyan vanished in an instant. Bai Rong almost went crazy. His shriveled body trembled violently as blood sprayed from his mouth. A furious roar resounded across the land once again, but this time, no matter how crazy he was, he could no longer find the person who had disappeared. A few days later. This was a barren world. Everywhere one looked, there were broken walls and ruins. Looking up, one couldn't see the sky. Looking down, one could only find a patch of crimson. Crimson was the main melody of this world, and also the only melody of color. With the aid of pills, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged for several days. The exhausted Genesis Qi and injuries in his body had finally recovered. He opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. The man and woman not far away slowly walked over. Thank you, Elder, for saving our lives. The 2 of them stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Xiaoyan. If Xiaoyan had not intervened to rescue them during this trip, it was likely that they would have already fallen into the trap of others. Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly in his heart in the face of this. Honestly speaking, if it were not for the volcano rock flame within the bodies of these 2 people, Xiaoyan would not be so idle as to provoke an expert at the Yuanzun class. Fortunately, he had ended up meeting an expert and luckily escaped this calamity. Otherwise, he would have really died in Bai Rong's hands. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a chill on his back when he recalled the frightening tactics of Bai Rong back then. It appeared that he could not act on impulse in the future and randomly lend a hand to save someone. If he were to meet with such a situation again, there might not be anyone who would lend a hand to help him. While Xiao Yan was quietly thinking, the ground beside the three of them suddenly cracked apart. Soon after, hot magma spluttered out. Xiao Yan's eyes also changed drastically. His eyes stared intently at the deepest part of the magma. He could sense an extremely hot and familiar aura at that spot. The lava surged, twisting and converging in front of the three, transforming into a human figure. At a glance, it was a red-faced old man holding a wooden staff. When he appeared, the man and woman revealed looks of joy. Just as they were about to step forward, the old man sternly reprimanded them. "Huixing, how dare you? Your cultivation has only just broken through to the Origin Emperor stage, yet you dared to bring Xiaoxin out. If not for your good luck, you would have lost your life." The old man glared at the man. With just one word, the latter could only obediently admit his mistake. Even the young girl beside him lowered her head timidly. Among the two, the man was called Huixing, and the girl was called Huaxian. They were a pair of brother and sister. At the same time, they were the only surviving descendants of the Fire Banyan tribe. Before this, the two of them had stayed in this space for many years. Not long ago, Huixing had broken through to the Origin Emperor stage, so he secretly brought his sister out and caused a disaster. After reprimanding them, the old man's expression returned to normal. His gaze then landed on Xiao Yan. His clear gaze seemed to have the power to see through everything. With just a glance, Xiao Yan felt as if everything about him had been seen through by the old man. The ill-fated fate of time. Chapter 1507. When the old man's gaze fell on Xiao Yan, the latter was also staring at the person in front of him. The burning, heavenly flame in his body had an impulse to break out of his body. That kind of special movement made Xiao Yan immediately confirm that the red-faced old man in front of him was the original form of the heavenly flame in Huixing and Huaxian's body, the volcanic rock flame. "Little friend, it's all thanks to you that the two of them are able to survive this time." Withdrawing his gaze from Xiao Yan, the old man immediately smiled at Xiao Yan with a gentle face. The latter naturally did not dare to be careless. He smiled modestly and hurriedly said respectfully, "Senior is too polite. With your means, even without Junior's help, the two of them will naturally be fine. Little friend is really low-key." The old man smiled and turned around to open the way. He waved his hand and Xiao Yan quickly followed. "Since you are here, you should recognize the original form of this old man." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. The old man continued, "Let's not talk about this in a roundabout way. If that's the case, the two of us won't beat around the bush. I'm Huixing, the guardian of these two little fellows. You've seen the wreckage. It's lifeless. Huixing and Xiaoxin are the last flames of the Fire Banyan tribe." Xiao Yan's gaze swept around. This place was indeed as he had guessed in his heart. It was the interior of the Fire Banyan ruins. Under the lead of Huixing, the group of four quickly arrived at the depths of the ruins. "This is Limestone Valley?" Xiao Yan involuntarily let out an exclamation as he eyed this somewhat strange enormous valley in front of him. His mind immediately associated it with the so-called Limestone Valley map from the auction. Seeing this, Huixing by the side opened his mouth slightly and immediately sighed. At this moment, the place that appeared in front of Xiao Yan was shockingly a valley with a steep terrain. A dense darkness shrouded its depths, causing one to be unable to clearly see the situation within. The air was filled with a desolate and bloody scent. At a glance, there were quite a number of damaged buildings that were still standing within the valley. The traces left behind by the flames of war on the mountain walls on both sides could clearly be seen. Broken bones were everywhere in one sight. They had yet to step in, but that shocking murderous aura actually pounced toward the four of them like a ghost. Wang. Then, with an inexplicable trembling sound, a gust of cold wind dissipated. Huixing lightly tapped his cane, and a circle of light shot forward from under his feet. In the depths of the dark valley, a bright path gradually appeared. "Let's go," Huixing said in a calm tone. Only then did Xiao Yan notice that the cane in the old man's hand was actually a complete fire banyan branch. Shocked, Xiao Yan did not hesitate and quickly followed. At the same time, Wuxia slowly opened his mouth and said, "Back then, the fire banyan clan opened up this space under the magma of the earth. Since then, this old man has been a guest of the fire banyan clan and has been living here. Unexpectedly, in the great war that followed, it actually became like this. My clan was exterminated, the fire banyan branch was wantonly plundered, and the remains after the war were also treated as hot treasures by the people of the outside world." Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Not only were the people in the flowing fire plains here, even he was here for the fire banyan ruins. The old man appeared to have guessed what Xiao Yan was thinking in his heart. He laughed softly and he chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter. Right now, this place is just a wasteland. What treasures can there be?" As he spoke, Wuxia suddenly paused, and even his footsteps paused for a moment. His gaze paused for a moment on the mountain where Huarong and his sister were. Then, he lifted his foot and said slowly, "It's just that this limestone valley. I didn't expect it to happen at this time." Wuxia sighed somewhat helplessly. Xiao Yan had learned from his mouth that the Huarong siblings had been living under Wuxia's protection in the limestone valley within the Huabanyan remains for many years. With the black fog blocking them, even an ordinary Yuan Zun would not dare to enter. They were still considered safe. However, many years ago, an Yuan Zun had coincidentally barged into the limestone valley. After a couple of lucky encounters, the map of this place was stolen by that person. Now that the map had been leaked, various forces had gathered in the flowing fire plains and were ready to make trouble. Limestone Valley would no longer be their refuge, but before that, Huarong and his sister still had a matter to settle. As the few of them walked out of the small path, a huge stone cave in the depths of the limestone valley appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes. Half of the cave was occupied by a gigantic fire banyan tree. Its roots were intertwined and stretched out, covering the entire cave. However, this fire banyan tree had long lost its vitality. Its broken branches were scattered, and there were large traces of burning on it. Even the lower part of the tree that was connected to the ground had its stem dug out by an external force. This is, the fire banyan spirit tree, also known as the fire banyan tree, is the foundation of the entire fire banyan clan. Wuxia's old face was filled with sadness as he spoke. His pair of deep eyes also seemed to be recalling something. Beside him, Wuxia and Huaxian had respectful expressions. Although the divine tree was already dead, the admiration in their hearts had never been erased. Afterwards, Wuxia, who had retracted his thoughts, suddenly returned to his previous stern attitude. He punished Huarong and his sister to sit cross-legged under the tree to meditate, while he and Xiao Yan walked to the edge of the cave. The two of them sat on a hanging tree root. Only then did the old man's scarlet face reveal some reluctance as he looked at the siblings sitting under the tree in the distance. Xiao Yan also faintly sensed something. "Little friend Xiao Yan, this old man has a matter that I hope I can entrust to you." Suddenly, Wuxia turned to Xiao Yan and cupped his fists with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yan was startled and hurriedly jumped down to the ground. He bowed and cupped his fists, saying, "Junior can't accept Senior's courtesy. This time, I am indebted to Senior for his help. If you need anything, just say the word. Xiao Yan will do his best." Wuxia took a deep breath, then sighed softly and said, "I understand. This old man understands. You were able to save the two of them on the plains only because of the volcanic rock flames in their bodies." Xiao Yan opened his mouth slightly, but had no words to refute. The former did not care and continued to speak. "No matter what your reason is, you still saved them. This kindness is something that this old man and the fire banyan clan owe you." After saying that, Wuxia did not wait for Xiao Yan to speak. He immediately stretched out his cane and gently tapped the air in front of him. With a thought, a circle of invisible ripples quickly spread out. After a few breaths, on the flowing fire plains, under the countless fire banyan trees, the fire banyan branches seemed to have been summoned. With a tremor, they sank into the depths of the magma. In the end, a small mountain made of fire banyan branches appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The ill-fated fate of time. Chapter 1508. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably as he looked at the small mountain of fire banyan branches in front of him. One must know that many origin sect powerhouses would have to rack their brains just to obtain one in the outside world. However, Huaqing had casually piled up these fire banyan branches, which were incomparably precious in the eyes of others, as if they were cabbages. If they were in the outside world, even a source venerate powerhouse would not be able to resist the urge to fight over them. Take this as your reward for saving them. Huaqing randomly pointed at the small mountain in front of him. Xiao Yan felt a wave of perspiration when he heard these words. However, in the end, he still put away the hundreds of fire banyan branches with his flushed red face under Huaqing's somewhat playful smile. Even at this moment, Xiao Yan still held an attitude of disbelief toward this matter. Huaqing turned his gaze and looked at the brother and sister in the distance. He raised the wooden stick in his hand and pointed it at the withered tree. Xiao Yan's gaze followed and looked over. After which, Huaqing slowly said, "The ancestor of the Fire Banyan clan used his lifetime's cultivation and the life chi of the Fire Banyan tree at the end of the Fire Banyan tree's lifespan to leave behind a blessing for the brother and sister. He sealed it inside the tree so that when the two of them stepped into the Origin King stage, they could borrow that power to raise their cultivation to the Origin sect level in a short period of time. The ancestor was so generous. The person who could do this was at least a Origin venerate." Xiao Yan's mind froze for a moment when he heard this. Being able to do this was enough to show the generosity of the ancestor. That person was a good friend of mine. At the time, he was already half a step into the Origin Saint stage. Unfortunately, Huaqing's scarlet-red old face could not help but be moved when he thought of the past. The two were silent for a moment, before Huaqing continued. "Back then, he entrusted these two juniors to me because he hoped that I would be able to escort them all the way until they fused with and absorbed the power of the inheritance. However, circumstances have changed with the passage of time. After so many years, the remaining life energy within the Fire Banyan tree has almost been completely exhausted. For the sake of protecting the inheritance, and also for the sake of fulfilling an old friend's wish, I had no choice but to use my body as the foundation to seal it." Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Using the origin source flame as the seal. Didn't this mean that once the seal was undone and the heavenly flame regained its freedom, Huaqing's consciousness would also disappear along with the seal? I believe that there is no need for me to say more. You also understand this point. Huaqing smiled calmly as if he did not care about this at all. His old eyes stared at the brother and sister as he said again, "Brother, at that time, without my protection, these two little fellows are destined to be unable to continue living in this place. Therefore, I hope that if possible, you can take them away. In return, you can have the origin source flame." "Elder," before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, Huaqing waved his hand and interrupted him. "You don't need to care about anything else. No matter what you choose, that day will eventually come. At that time, there will be countless experts who will barge into the remains. If you find it difficult, I ask you to try your best to bring them away from the flowing fire plains." Xiao Yan was silent for a long time after hearing this. A long while later, he finally clenched his teeth and cupped his fists towards Huaqing. He said in a serious tone, "Elder, don't worry. As long as this junior is alive in the future, I will definitely do my best to protect the two of them." Huaqing nodded gratefully. He then cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan and said, "In that case, this old man will thank Mr. on behalf of the two of them." The Hua siblings did not know that the seal was related to Huaqing. After all, it was the final entrustment of the Hua Banyan tribe. In order to protect the wish of his old friend, Huaqing did not plan to let them know about this matter. Therefore, after Xiao Yan understood this, he could not help but feel a little sad in his heart. From a certain point of view, Huaqing could be said to be Huaxing and Huaxian's protector, but more importantly, he was like a teacher and a father. The ancestors of the Hua Banyan tribe had spent their entire lives cultivating for the two of them. Now, Huaqing was about to take this step. 2 days later, the injuries in Xiao Yan's body were completely healed with the help of the medicinal pills. Moreover, he realized that his stagnant cultivation actually showed some signs of growth during his training. Although the growth speed was extremely slow, it still caused Xiao Yan to feel an endless joy in his heart. Accompanied by Huarong and his sister, Xiao Yan's 3-man group made a turn within the remains. Soon after, a deep pit that was paved with enormous rocks appeared in front of them. The middle of the deep pit was a fire mouth that rose like a volcano. Waves of frighteningly high temperature spread in all directions with this fire mouth as the middle. At the edge of the fire mouth, Huaqing was currently looking at the repeatedly churning magma below. His brows were filled with worry. The 3 of them walked forward. Only then did Huaqing slowly turn around and let out a long sigh. "What are you doing here instead of cultivating?" Hearing this, the young girl Huaxian's pretty face revealed a cute smile. She stepped forward and accompanied the old man. Xiao Yan walked forward by himself and looked down at the fire hole curiously. This is fire banyan branch, spirit melting berry, crimson blood jade. These are all medicinal materials that are rich in fire attribute. Many of them are things that are almost extinct in the outside world. What kind of medicinal pill is he refining all these medicinal materials together in one go? Fire spirit pill. While Xiao Yan was reciting the precious herbs that were extremely rare in the outside world, Huaqing, who was behind her, gently stroked her head. At the same time, he looked at Xiao Yan with a slightly surprised expression and smiled. Hearing this, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. There was some suspicion in his eyes. The old man continued unhurriedly. This is the fire spirit pill that is unique to the fire banyan tribe. The method used is quite strange and different from what the outside world knows. It can be said that it was specially made for the fire banyan tribe. With this pill, the success rate of breaking through to the origin emperor, origin ancestor, or even the origin venerate will increase by a lot. Of course, whether it is effective for other people is unknown. A shock suddenly surged within Xiao Yan's eyes when these words were uttered. Based on what he knew, any pill that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the Yuanzun class was a top-tier medicinal pill that was ranked at the 8th tier. However, from the situation that appeared in the fire mouth in front of him, regardless of whether it was the number of medicinal ingredients or the majority of them, it was at the very most a tier 7 medicinal pill. This fire spirit pill was really shocking. This pill is supposed to be used by Huaxian to break through to the origin emperor realm. However, the problem now is that with my methods, it will take me at least a month to refine this pill. Also, it's hard to say when those guys outside will suddenly barge in here. Although Huaqing was full of praise for the effect of this medicinal pill, he was helpless because he knew very little about the way of refining medicine. Even with the help of the heavenly flame, he would still need to spend quite a lot of time in order to refine this medicinal pill. However, Xiao Yan smiled and slowly turned his eyes around after Huaqing's words sounded. "Why don't you leave it to me?" Chapter 1509. Fire Banyan Ruins. Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, sat cross-legged in front of the fire hole. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. Boundless spiritual strength crazily surged out from between his brows, transforming into 2 invisible large hands that extended towards the fire hole. The moment the spiritual strength approached, the thick magma under the fire hole seemed to have sensed it. Under the extreme churning, a wave of high temperature immediately attacked. Soon after, a wisp of purple flame suddenly ignited in the sky. Under the envelopment of the spiritual strength, the surging magma heat wave was easily dissolved. Subsequently, the flames slowly descended. In the process of entering the fire hole, it rapidly expanded into a cluster of raging flames, occupying the entire space below the fire hole. The medicinal ingredients that were originally floating above the magma were also swallowed by the raging, heavenly flame at this moment. This little fellow is not polite at all. Under the magma, this old man's volcanic rock flame has intensified the refinement. I didn't expect that he would be able to suppress even that. Sensing the situation within the fire hole, a smile surfaced on Huaqing's old face. On the other hand, the young lady beside him had a face full of hope as she looked at Xiao Yan's back. Her lovely lips curled up as she uncertainly asked. Grandpa Huaqing, even you don't have much confidence. Will Senior Xiao Yan succeed? Heh, little girl, you still dare to tease this old man. Huaqing's finger gently tapped the girl's forehead. The latter immediately stuck out her tongue and shrank her neck as she smiled in embarrassment. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. This old man believes that I started off on the path of cultivation quite early, so this little fellow naturally can't compare to me. However, when it comes to the path of alchemy, looking at the entire continent, there are probably not more than a handful of people who can surpass him in the younger generation. The moment these words were spoken, the Huaqing siblings immediately looked at each other. They could see a dense shock in each other's eyes. They naturally did not doubt Huaqing's words. However, such a high evaluation was indeed shocking. Chi, at the same time, within the fire hole, under the burning of the heavenly flame, the outer shells of the medicinal ingredients were rapidly removed. The essence within was gradually refined, either into powder or a viscous paste. There were also some liquids that were rich in wild energy. Under the simultaneous refinement of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, over 100 medicinal ingredients were completely refined in just a few hours. The following process was also completed in Xiao Yan's hands. With the pill formula that Huaqing had given him, Xiao Yan already had quite a good understanding of the fire spirit pill in his heart. There were quite a number of medicinal ingredients that could be said to have taken a different path and were quite bold. However, from the looks of the pill formula, the tier of this medicinal pill was merely a rank 7 low-grade pill. With Xiao Yan's current alchemist skills, it was not difficult for him to refine it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since the refinement of the fire spirit pill. Huarong and his sister had been guarding this place for the entire day. Their eyes were fixed on the fire mouth in the middle of the huge pit, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Although they couldn't see what was so mysterious about it with their experience, when they saw the flames flickering from time to time in the fire hole and the pill fragrance faintly permeating the surrounding air, the two of them simultaneously revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, in the direction of the fire hole, a dragon's roar that contained a special fluctuation suddenly sounded. Huaqing immediately looked over and saw that within the fire hole, a red round pill was slowly rising into the air. What was even more strange was that around the pill, a small dragon condensed from the pill fragrance was constantly circling. Finally, under the burning of the heavenly flame, it gradually shrank and merged into the pill. It's done. Roar! A pill turning into a dragon was the symbol of a top-tier pill. Naturally, they knew about this. However, the instant the siblings cried out in surprise, a large thundercloud swiftly gathered above the huge pit in the dome above the dome. Pill lightning. Roar! Huaqing immediately emitted an exclamation when he saw this scene. His body hurriedly stepped forward and stood beside Xiao Yan. At the same time, Huaqing's figure had unknowingly appeared in midair. He first glanced at the medicinal pill suspended above the fire outlet and clicked his tongue in surprise. Immediately, he descended at a steady pace and spoke to Xiao Yan with a respectful smile. Little friend Xiao Yan, you are really good. This old man admires you. Roar! Hearing this, Xiao Yan, who had just stood up, shook his head gently and sighed. Senior, you flatter me. I still have some experience in alchemy, not to mention that this is only a rank 7 low-grade pill. All right. Huaqing and Huaxian raised their eyebrows when these words were uttered. A medicinal pill of this tier was already a luxury to them. However, it was merely ordinary to Xiao Yan. An alchemist was really an occupation that caused others to be envious. Forget it. The most important thing now is to deal with this pill lightning. All right. The few of them continued to talk. Huaqing simply waved his hand and slowly raised his head. He looked at the thundercloud in the sky with the others. Huaqing gently spun the wooden staff in his hand and his body was about to step into the air. However, he was stopped by Xiao Yan. Senior, leave this pill lightning to me. All right. Hearing this, Hua Qing was startled and hurriedly said, "Little fellow, you've just finished refining the pill. Even if you're not afraid of the pill lightning in your current state, you'll definitely suffer a lot if you want to receive it. With this old man here, I don't think I'll need you to do anything." "Senior." Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could only secretly curse in his heart. After which, he flicked his finger. Light flashed beside him and the purple-black Northern King rushed out. Only then did he look at Hua Qing and softly laughed. "Senior, this pill lightning is somewhat useful to me. Therefore, leave it to me." "Senior." After the Northern King swallowed the lightning yuan last time, its current strength had officially stepped into the intermediate 8-star origin sect. If it could absorb the pill lightning this time, who knew how much its strength would increase? Hua Qing was once again startled when he saw this strange puppet. Although he had sensed it earlier, he had merely taken a hurried glance at it back then and did not observe it in detail. Now that he had personally seen it, this dragon-scaled puppet seemed to be quite different. However, it was not appropriate for him to stop Xiao Yan when he saw the confident manner on Xiao Yan's face. He nodded and stepped to the side. "Little guy, since you insist, this old man will not force you. However, there is one thing. If anything unusual happens, this old man will still take action. Don't blame me." "Senior." "Thank you, Senior." "Senior." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His eyes turned sharp as he looked at the sky. He gently pointed and said in a deep voice, "Northern King, go." "Senior." The Northern King's body sank slightly after the order left his mouth. Soon after, it shot into the sky like a cannonball. Thunderclouds churned and lightning gathered like a horned dragon. The Northern King charged straight into the thunderclouds and began to fight with them. The ill-fated fate of time. Chapter 15:10. A moment later, the pill lightning scattered. The Northern King's tall and straight body landed beside Xiao Yan. Hua Qing's group revealed a strange expression as they looked at the puppet in front of them. If one were to take a closer look, the dragon scales on the surface of the Northern King's body seemed to have increased compared to before. Moreover, the lightning strength that continued to flow all over its body and its cold killing aura seemed to have become much more powerful. What a strange puppet. It can actually absorb lightning energy to refine itself. No wonder you have no fear of pill lightning. All right. Hua Qing could not help but click his tongue in amazement at the sight of this strange puppet. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as his gaze landed on the Northern King's body. He could not help but frown after a careful inspection. Still mid-8-star origin ancestor? All right. After a round of inspection, Xiao Yan was shocked to discover that the Northern King's strength had not directly broken through like before. Although it was close to the late 8-star origin ancestor stage, the pill lightning's effect on the Northern King's strength had slowed down at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Of course, it could not be denied that this was because the lightning energy had yet to be completely absorbed. However, such a result would inevitably make Xiao Yan feel disappointed. Xiao Yan helplessly curled his lips. He returned the Northern King to his thoughts. When he extended his hand, a red-colored medicinal pill swiftly flew over from the space above the fire exit. With a flick of his finger, it was absorbed into a jade bottle. After which, it was handed to Hua Qing. Hua Qing sighed in relief as he grasped the jade bottle in his hand. Soon after, he cupped his fists towards Xiao Yan with a rather solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "Little fellow, many thanks." "All right." At the side, Hua Rong and his sister both bowed with cupped fists, and their faces were filled with respectful expressions. "Senior is too polite. I am only doing my best." "All right." Xiao Yan shook his head and helped the Hua siblings to their feet. Hua Qing repeatedly expressed his thanks before handing the jade bottle to Hua Xian. The most important thing right now was for this girl to use the pill to break through to the Origin Emperor stage as soon as possible. The Hua Banyan inheritance would also be officially activated. While Xiao Yan and the others were waiting for Hua Xian to break through in the Hua Banyan ruins, strange things continued to happen outside on the flowing fire plains. First, all the fire banyan branches in the fire banyan forest mysteriously disappeared, followed closely by the fire-scaled lizard beasts diving into the depths of the magma. Outside the plains, the rivers of magma gradually dried up, revealing deep crevices. In the depths of the plains, a huge volcano suddenly emerged from the ground, boiling magma flowing in all directions. However, the experts in that area did not retreat, but instead advanced, guarding the periphery of the volcano for a long time. Of the Hua Banyan ruins. Xiao Yan, Hua Qing, and the others stood in front of the Hua Banyan tree. Hua Qing summoned the staff in his hand and raised his hands to his chest. After a series of lightning-quick hand seals, 2 balls of pure energy wrapped in scarlet flames slowly appeared on the treetops of the Hua Banyan tree. When the staff was inserted into the ground, the seal covering the inheritance was gradually torn apart. Hua Xing and Hua Xian unhesitatingly leapt onto the treetops under Hua Qing's command. Their bodies gradually merged into the tree and the 2 of them fell into a deep sleep. Hua Qing's old eyes could not help but surge with reluctance as he watched the siblings fall into a deep sleep. They had been companions for so many years. Now that they were separated, it would be difficult for anyone to calm down. However, Hua Qing was also aware of the current situation. While his consciousness was still intact, he turned around without hesitation and used all his strength to erect a barrier at the entrance of the cave. This could be considered his final protection. Xiao Yan stood quietly a short distance away. Everything here should be quietly handed over to this old man who had lived in this place for an unknown number of years. At the end of his life, other than those old friends from the past, what surfaced in his mind was this pair of children whom he had protected like his own son for many years. Little friend Xiao Yan, I'll have to entrust them to you. Hua Qing's body trembled slightly. Specks of light repeatedly scattered from his body. His consciousness had already begun to scatter. As his neck twitched, he appeared just like a deaf old man as he cried out loudly. It was as though he was afraid that Xiao Yan would not be able to hear him clearly. Only when he confirmed that Xiao Yan nodded heavily did he smile brightly. The glow in his pair of crimson eyes gradually disappeared. His entire body finally turned into starlight and disappeared from this realm. At this moment, even with Xiao Yan's emotions, he could not help but feel a little choked up in his throat until the ground in front of him began to melt. Xiao Yan gradually melted and a bright red flame rose. It carried magma as it spread in all directions. Only then did Xiao Yan focus his attention and gather his strength. The sadness in his eyes gradually disappeared and turned into determination. At this moment, he could only comply with his agreement with the old man and do his best to become stronger. Only then would he have the opportunity to continue protecting this pair of brother and sister. Come. Volcanic rock flame. After muttering to himself for a moment, this time, Xiao Yan decisively summoned 4 heavenly flames and placed them in 4 different directions. He used the might of the heavenly flames to stop the volcanic rock flame from continuing to spread. After a loud shout, he directly charged into the raging magma-like flames. The devouring of the heavenly flames began. More than 4 months later. In the deepest part of the flowing fire plains, the volcano that had suddenly emerged from the ground a few months ago had now risen to a height of several thousand feet. The churning magma within had gradually fallen to a moderate position. If one looked carefully, there seemed to be something flowing rapidly within the magma. The periphery of the volcano had already been occupied by figures that filled the sky. The strong people from various places had gathered here for no other reason than that the crater of the volcano was the true entrance to the fire banyan relic. In another 10 days, the magma within would completely dry up and the entrance below would be exposed. At that time, all the strong people present would be able to hold the fire banyan token and successfully enter the fire banyan relic. At this moment, on a tall mountain peak outside the crater of the volcano, Bai Zijing, who was dressed in white, was standing with a few members of the Bai clan behind him. Bai Rong, whose body was as dry as firewood, was also among them. Looking at the boiling magma flowing out from the cracks at the edge of the crater of the volcano, a black-robed figure involuntarily appeared in Bai Zijing's mind. The fists under his sleeves gradually clenched together. Xiao Yan, once I return to the clan this time around, I will definitely personally drag you out of the Shao clan. If I do not tear you into 10,000 pieces, how will I, Bai Zijing, have the face to meet my dead younger brother? At the same time, at the periphery of the flowing fire plains, a green-robed figure swiftly rushed over from the horizon. Standing on the cliff, he looked at the vast plains that stretched as far as the eye could see. A hint of hope surfaced in his eyes. After a while, after confirming the general direction, the tip of his foot gently touched the ground. His body immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the depths of the plains. The ill-fated fate of time. Chapter 1511. Chi Chi Chi, in the depths of the flowing fire plains, countless experts stood in the air in front of the entrance to the Fire Banyan ruins. Their gazes were fixed on the terrifyingly hot magma below. As time slowly passed, the magma at the bottom of the volcano gradually sank. At this rate, it would take less than half a day at most for the magma inside the volcano to completely dry up. At that time, it would be the best time for the experts present to enter the ruins. Everyone was waiting for that moment to arrive. However, after more than half the time had passed, the slowly sinking magma at the bottom of the volcano gradually came to a stop. It was as though it had reached its lowest point. Based on the height of the volcano, the magma was at least 1,000 feet away from the bottom of the volcano where it had dried up. This scene caused quite a number of experts present to feel astonished. According to past experience, the magma would dry up and disappear in less than half a day, and below it, there would be a spatial entrance to the ruins. Any expert with a Fire Banyan token could use it to lead people in. However, the time had gradually exceeded expectations, but the rolling magma did not have the slightest intention of sinking. From the looks of it, the magma will not sink any further. Everyone, I wonder if anyone is willing to give it a try. If you can snatch the opportunity to enter the ruins first, your chances of obtaining the treasures will increase by a lot. Somewhere, an old man in linen robes looked around at everyone present as he stroked his beard with one hand and spoke with a smile. Everyone present snorted in disdain when they heard this. The number of people present was no less than him regarding the thing within the magma. If they did not have complete confidence, who would dare to casually speak of trying? If they were not careful, not to mention snatching the opportunity, they might not even have the chance to escape. There were brave people in the world. When the experts present looked at each other and sneered, a middle-aged man who had reached the strength of a 7-star source sect finally stepped out from the crowd. He looked down at the boiling magma below and snorted coldly. A bunch of old fogies. This is just a layer of magma. If you really want to, it won't be difficult to charge down. As soon as the shout fell, the burly man's body suddenly rose into the air under countless mocking gazes. He stood high above the mouth of the volcano. The power of the great path rapidly condensed and turned into a huge iron ball. It wrapped around his body like an iron wall. Then, it smashed heavily into the magma below. Bang! The metal ball swiftly sank into the magma amidst a muffled collision sound. It turned into a shadow and swiftly disappeared. Everyone's eyes were uniformly fixed on the spot where the metal ball had landed. It was as though they were waiting for something. However, after 10 minutes, they saw that the surface of the magma was still calm. At this moment, some of the fellows who were eyeing the treasure finally could not resist and began to step forward. After hesitating for a moment, each of them used their own methods and swiftly charged towards the magma below. High up in the sky, only the people from the major forces were still standing quietly. They looked down at the calm magma below and waited quietly. Compared to the Lone Rangers or the small forces, their attacks were more opportune. Puff 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 puff. However, in the next moment, just as the bodies of the experts rushing towards the magma approached the surface of the magma, the calm magma suddenly tumbled. Sounds like waves breaking rang out in the sky. Huge pillars of magma immediately rushed into the sky, and within those pillars of fire were countless fire-scaled lizards. Ah! What followed was naturally a series of shrill screams that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Almost at the same time, the remaining forces in the sky did not let go of the opportunity in front of them. They waved their hands, and streams of light shot out. The teams of these forces took advantage of the time when the fire-scaled lizards collided with the other experts in mid-air to smoothly pass through them and plunge into the magma below. Immediately after, the countless fire-scaled lizards within the magma rapidly surged out. The leading origin venerables of the teams also took action at this moment, easily repelling the charging beasts. In fact, they even used their powerful Great Dao power to open up a space around the teams, preventing the magma from invading them. It was under such circumstances that the majority of the experts who had barged into the entrance of the Huabanyan ruins were forcefully killed. As for the rest, they either used their powerful strength to force their way through, or by some stroke of luck, successfully reached the bottom of the magma. There, a thick energy barrier separated the two worlds. Only the tokens in their hands could allow them to pass through and enter the ruins. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Huabanyan ruins, within a stone cave in the limestone valley. Above the giant Huabanyan tree, more than half of the enormous energy enveloping the Hua siblings had already disappeared. Only a fist-sized ball of energy remained, slowly hovering above the duo's lower abdomens. As the duo breathed and cultivated in sync, the enormous energy contained within turned into streams of pure Genesis Qi that flowed into the duo's bodies. Xiao Yan, who was surrounded by 4 heavenly flames, was seated cross-legged under the tree. Most of his body was buried under the bright red, boiling hot lava. There was still boiling hot lava slowly flowing within the cracks. If one were to carefully observe, one would discover that the flowing frequency of the lava was gradually synchronizing with Xiao Yan's breathing. Once the two reached the same level, the swallowing of the flames would come to an end. Over 10 days later. In the Huabanyan ruins, Bai Zijing led the 3 behind him and finally arrived in front of a giant valley. As he gazed at the mysterious area hidden in the darkness, a smile slowly rose from the corners of Bai Zijing's mouth. With a grasp of his hand, a slightly wrinkled ancient map fell into his hand. Spreading it open, one could see an extremely conspicuous red dot in the depths of the valley. It was not difficult to imagine that this object was a great treasure. "Let's go." After taking a deep look at the map in his hand, Bai Zijing softly exclaimed. His figure moved, and he led the team towards the depths of the valley. Moments later, when the group of 4 neared the sky-covering black fog, Bai Zijing casually tossed out the map. His hands rapidly formed a seal, and a stream of light shot into the map. Next, with a faint tremor, the black fog that covered the valley stealthily dissipated. When the black fog dissipated, the valley before his eyes became clear. The danger that covered the surroundings also disappeared. Directly in front of his line of sight, a huge stone cave came into view. There was a huge withered tree, and there were 2 light spots on it. There was also... Bai Zijing's gaze slowly shifted downwards. However, when he saw the figure seated under the withered tree, his smiling eyes instantly turned murderous. A low and hoarse voice of anger abruptly resounded in the valley. "Xiao Yan,